participate in today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, in 3 minutes, we're going to begin the forum. Just like President Xiao just said. From the ESG exhibition area, you could see that a lot of Taiwanese companies are trying their best to turn wastes into sustainable components, and then using these components to make a variety of products. And you're going to find out more about these products during today's forum. So everybody, please take your seats right now. We're about to begin.
还有各位现场的塑胶件产业的先进朋友，以及我们线上正在
Ladies and gentlemen, people here with us in the room or people who are watching online. I'm your MC today. After 4 years, Taipei Plus and ShoeTech Taipei have returned. And I know that a lot of buyers really want to visit our shows. Our shows usually are held once in 2 years, but due to the pandemic, it's been 4 years this time. So we're making it bigger this time, and we're showing a great variety of customized and automatic and sustainable products during the show. So this is a great platform for you to see what Taiwan's companies can offer. This morning, we're going to focus on zero carbon future, smart manufacturing for green production. Coming into the afternoon, we're going to focus on sustainability vision, new generation plastic and rubber materials. Today's forum is organized by the Bureau of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Economic Affairs, MOEA, and implemented by Taitra. So to begin, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Vice President of Taitra, Alina Lee, to give us the opening remark. Larry Wei, Chairman of Taiwan Machinery Industry Administration. He's also the Chairman of FKI. Aditya Ramkrishna, VP of Siemens Taiwan. Also here with us today, we have Tim Lai, General Manager of Precision Machinery R&D Center. And also our speakers from FCS, from BASF, from LCY, from FENC. Ladies and gentlemen, and people who join us online, good morning. On behalf of Taitra, it is my great privilege to welcome you all to join today's Sustainability Forum, Plastics in the Circular Economy. We know that back in the 1850s, plastics was first invented by a British chemist. And then after that, plastics literally is with us every single day in our life. And let's have a look at Taiwan's plastic and rubber industry. We see that the industry is also working tirelessly to address its possible impact to the environment. So it's working on a lot of sustainable solutions right now. Taiwan's plastic and rubber machine exports totaled $511 million, ranking 6th in the world, and its export value of plastic and rubber related products exceeded $25 billion. And what we have been thinking in recent years is how to make our industry more sustainable. How do we reduce the waste in the manufacturing processes? How do we reduce pollution? How do we cut energy consumption? How do we save energy? How do we develop more innovative materials? These are all very important issues. So, for today's forum, we are going to talk about some very important topics, including smart manufacturing for green production, and also new generation plastic and rubber materials. We hope to walk you through with some very insightful discussions. This morning, we have some heavyweight speakers, including the chairman of FKI, and also the speaker from the world's famous company, Siemens. And of course, this afternoon, we also have some industry leaders to share their insights with you. We have speakers from BASF, from LCY, from FENC, and also ZwickRoell. And to moderate the panel discussions, we have Tim from Precision Machinery R&D Center and Mr. Yao Guixiao from the Plastics Industry Development Center. I believe that after today's forum, you definitely will gain a lot more insights about how plastic and rubber industry is going on right now in the world. And today is the second day of Taipei Plus and ShoeTech Taipei. We're trying to give our visitors an idea of how sustainable development trends are going right now. Yesterday, here I got some numbers for you. We have buyers and also exhibitors from more than 20 countries joining us for the shows this year. So if you have time, do pay a visit to our shows. And if you cannot come visit the shows in person, we also have an online exhibition that will last for 1 month. Lastly, I would like to wish you everything well and every success to the shows and also to the forum. So thank you once again. Ms. Lee, would you please remain on the stage for a group photo? Would you please come to the center of the stage? Next, we'd also like to welcome Larry Wei, Chairman of FKI, and also Chairman of Tommy. Next, please welcome Tim Lai, General Manager, Precision Machinery R&D Center. He will also be the moderator for this morning's panel discussion. Next, please welcome Yao Guixiao, President of the Plastics Industry Development Center, moderator for this afternoon's panel discussion. Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Aditya Ramkrishna, General Manager of Digital Industry Siemens and VP of Siemens Taiwan. Next, we would like to welcome Gavin, Director of Performance Materials Division, BASF. And also Alan Wang, CEO of CS Group. Gordon Chang, Senior Vice President of FENC, polyester business, and also Dongsheng branch manager of Taiwan branch, ZwickRoell. Okay, now we have all the speakers on the stage right now. Let's do 2 photos. With your right hand, everybody thumbs up for the photo. Please look at the cameras in front of you. Okay, please take 1 step to your left side. Okay, once again, thumbs up. Let's have a photo together. 3, 2, 1.
好，谢谢。
Okay, let's do the second photo. We want to pursue sustainable development. So let's do a pose symbolizing sustainability. Yes, let's do this. Like it's a circularity, which reflects our determination to make sustainable development possible. Thank you so much to our speakers and VIP guests on the stage. Thank you once again. You may return to your seats right now. Okay, it's been 4 years, and now we can have the forum again. And just like Ms. Lee just said, that yesterday, in just one day, we could see buyers and visitors and exhibitors from more than 20 countries. And you are more than welcome to pay close attention to Taipei Plus and also ShoeTech Taipei. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the first talk. This morning, we'd like to welcome Mr. Aditya Ramkrishna, General Manager of Digital Industries, Siemens. He's going to talk about how to transform a new green business model with digital enterprise in the machinery industry.
Yes.
Right. So, distinguished guests, all the colleagues here in the audience, and all of you out there online. Good morning, Dajia. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me and Siemens to this forum today. For us, it is a great honor to be part of this exhibition and to be part of this event here today. It's an interesting time to be in Taiwan right now. I mean, some of you know, some old friends, right? I mean, I've lived in Taiwan quite a few years now. And it is truly an exciting time right now. What's also been quite interesting, actually, over the last several weeks, in fact, exactly in this hall or in this building, there have been several different exhibitions, right? So there has been the automation show, there have been some other branch-specific shows, and it is especially nice today then also to see the plastics and rubber show here, which is one of the key industries in Taiwan, right? The machine building, which is really one of the strengths of Taiwan, that this show is there today. And what is even more nice is that today we are focusing on the topic of sustainability. It is absolutely crucial, especially for us in Taiwan. I mean, if you just imagine, our machine builders in Taiwan are exporting more than 80% of their machines outside of Taiwan, right? And today, everywhere in the world, when these different companies, either in the US or in Europe, they're purchasing a machine from here. I mean, all the nice machines are just standing down there, right? When they're purchasing it, I mean, all these are adding to their capex costs. So that means when they're making a decision today, this is sticking with them for the next several years. So they are very well informing themselves and asking all of you, I'm assuming your customers also, to our machine builders, asking you, hey, what is your carbon footprint of your machine? What are you doing to reduce your carbon footprint? So that is why we have to act. Our Taiwanese machine builders have to act on this topic. And that is why I really thank the organizers for arranging this very key topic as the center point of this day today here. Of course, the world around us, right? I mean, I just heard it before, right? 4 years. This exhibition is taking place after 4 years. Just think for each of yourself, where were all of you before 4 years? I mean, we were doing something totally different, right? We were not wearing a mask in the room. We were doing something totally different. And the challenges is just changing every day. Every day there are some new challenges which are popping up. And every day you think, okay, you mastered a particular challenge, and then a new challenge comes up, right? And also from your customers, I mean, all of you, your customers are giving you some new questions every day. A lot of these challenges are written here. I mean, I don't want to go through every of them, but just take one, right? Personalized. I mean, this is a very typical topic, especially in this industry, in the plastics industry, right? Because your customers also, over the last couple of years, of your customers, their demands have changed. And they want machines which are being made or which are able to manufacture more personalized products. I mean, every product maybe needs to be different. I mean, today maybe they're making one line of cans, maybe plastic cans, and tomorrow they want to change it to something else, right? So that is why we need to be flexible there. And every day a new challenge is popping up. I mean, you know, a lot of these things, of course, highest quality, smart, safe, all these topics, you know. So different challenges out there in the market. And the reason what I also highlighted around the topic of sustainability, massive topic right now, not only in Taiwan, but of course worldwide. I mean, all of us have seen these sad photos sometimes, right? Where of a dry lake or different other climate topics. A lot of topics, of course, also in the press, in the politics, around COP, for example. A lot of countries joining the COP treaties. So it is a massive topic, and it is in everybody's mind. And we, all of us, are responsible for a lot of this, right? I mean, 1/3 of all the global energy which is getting consumed is being consumed basically by all of us, by industry. And 20% of the carbon emissions is, again, coming from all of us. So that is why we have to do something. I mean, we have to think, what are we doing in order to be more sustainable and reduce our carbon footprint? And it is proved, actually, or at least it has been also some very nice consulting companies are telling it, that the companies which are acting more sustainable today are more likely to be successful in the future. So say it's at 2.5%, right? I mean, 2.5% of the companies are likely to be more, but I would really say it is the topic which actually each and every company has to do in order to be more successful. And of course, it is a topic of C-level, right? I mean, also CEOs are really, I think, looking at this topic right now and saying, hey, this is an important topic for me, because also their customers, I mean, more than 63% of their customers are also asking for the sustainability topic. And what is even more interesting, the young generation today, I mean, all of you know, I mean, especially in our traditional markets, right? We all know how difficult it is to get and retain talent right now. And we do have some other big industries in Taiwan who are pretty attractive for young talent. I think all of us know what I'm talking about. So that is why it is important that we, in our traditional businesses, we do everything we can to be also attractive for the young people when they're joining companies, and also younger people, right? I think a lot of the young people today are thinking about these topics. And this I can also say from personal experience. It's not only in Taiwan, also in Europe, in Germany also, right? I mean, young people are really caring about this topic and really putting pressure on their employees on what are they doing on the topics of sustainability, for example. So that is why very key topic. And I'm pretty sure I mentioned this also, right? Your customers are asking you a lot of these questions. I mean, sometimes they're pretty vague, right? I mean, just imagine your customer asks you, can you help me to become CO2 neutral? I mean, it's a pretty vague question, the first step, right? I mean, first of all, you get to thinking, okay, what can I do? But then you can think, okay, there are a lot of small steps, and I will show it later. A few small steps, which I think each and every one of us can do, also when you're building your machines, that you're going towards this path. And of course, when we talk about, for example, also ESG, right? I mean, always we are talking about ESG. Of course, when we as industry, when we are going towards our customers, we talk about the E, the energy, the environment topic, right? Because that is where we are able to affect or efficiently reduce the topic of carbon neutrality, become more carbon neutral. We're able to reduce these topics. Of course, the S and the G, the social and the governance topics, is something which, of course, each and every one of us is doing for our own companies, right? So that is not, of course, so much towards the customer. Of course, with the S, we are, of course, we are doing everything in a correct manner, being compliant. But towards, when we talk about ESG, I saw downstairs, there's a big board, right? ESG. So we here, towards our customers, can absolutely focus on the E part to make it better. And of course, for the S and G, focusing on ourselves on how to become better. And I just mentioned it here around the Paris agreements, right? I mean, everybody is also asking this. I mean, it's amazing for me how many small customers I'm sometimes talking to, and they're asking me, hey, when are you becoming carbon neutral as Siemens? Are you guys thinking about the COP agreements, the Paris treaties? Are you going to the next COP in Egypt next year? A lot of different questions, which you never expect that customers are asking and talking about this. And this is where we have to have also new ideas to transform our business models. How are we looking at our business models, right? I mean, the whole topic of circular economy, thinking also for our products and for our machines, how can we make it more circular? You know, I mean, not only recycling stuff. I mean, of course, you cannot think about recycling, but also then retrofitting, for example. I mean, it's a nice topic also for machine builders. And how do we sort of reuse stuff? So the whole topic of circular economy is massive. And then have to break silos. I mean, you have to think in ecosystems. Just to give you one example, what we as Siemens currently are doing, I mean, I can share with you, it is a topic for the future. But we are currently working on a sort of database where we will try to get the carbon footprints of as many companies as possible in a database. And then every company can basically look into there. If they are providing their own carbon footprint, they can look into there and see, hey, what is the carbon footprint of some other company? So the end idea is that at some point of time, we do have software as Siemens where you're able to design a whole factory in the virtual world. You're able to then select machines or select components based on the carbon footprints and accordingly select the one with the lowest carbon footprint. So what I mean is, it is no longer enough that every company is working for itself. You got to work in ecosystems, machine builders with the suppliers, we as suppliers maybe with other companies, because only together we can make a difference. And finally, and this I will talk about now in a bit in detail, the topic of data. And data is massively important. I mean, you remember all these challenges I told you about? The one topic which I believe can, at least you can start to address these challenges, is data. And how are you connecting these dots? You may think, why do I want to talk about data and digitalization in a sustainability forum? You may think that, right? And the answer is, it is definitely connected. I mean, just think of you'll see it a bit in my storyline when I talk about it, but this is already the first step, the topic of digitalization, also towards sustainability. And what I want to tell you about is a small story around the topic of the real world and the digital world. So let me take you through that, and this is a topic on how we use data and how we are helping our customers to sort of combine both of them in a so-called digital enterprise. We believe that in the future, the whole industry, right from a machine to an operation, so the facility, is going to be both in the virtual world first and then in the real world. And all this in a continuous loop, right from the realizing phase, so right from the time you're building something, then you're optimizing it, at the end, after it's all done. But of course, at the start, you have to design it. So right from the design phase where you're designing something, you're realizing something, and you're optimizing something, the whole thing is basically like a closed loop. Let me give you one example. I mean, let me take you through this with one example. I mean, we are in the plastics show, right? I mean, also with a lot of take the food and beverage industry, for example, right? I mean, you have probably a customer down there who is manufacturing bottling lines, right? Probably a machine manufacturing bottles. I mean, quite plausible. And just imagine this customer or this machine builder in Taiwan is manufacturing bottles or plastic bottles or whatever you want to, right? Or plastic bottles, for example. So this customer is in the first step. He's trying to build a machine. He starts to build a machine, of course, already since several years, not on paper and pen, right? He's doing it with CAD cams, obviously, on his computer. But now we take it one step further. He's not only designing all these physical stuff online, but he's also then putting in all the brains of the machine, right? All the controllers, the sensors, the actors, all these different mechanics, each and everything also in the virtual world. So everything is in the virtual world. And he's not wasted any resources yet. And that's not the key part, right? Sustainability. In the past, maybe you had to do everything. Firstly, you had to build a prototype, and then you're sort of optimizing something. So there is also some waste being generated. And here, you're doing then everything virtually. Everything is in the virtual world. And then you're able to do your small optimizations also in the virtual world, and including some cool energy topics, which I come to later. All right, then now just imagine this customer has got, or this machine builder in Taiwan has got a customer in Europe, a person who is filling up all these bottles. And this guy's in Europe, and he's also setting up a new plant. And of course, when this end user, this food and beverage end user in Europe, for example, is setting up a new plant, he's also designing his whole plant virtually. Everything is in the virtual world first, right? And here then, he's also then using all the different process flows, everything virtually, logistics, all stuff virtually. And of course, he wants, and this is really happening right now, he wants also that his machines are virtually connected in his plant so that he exactly knows what sort of flows are happening around his plant. And then he calls up his friend, his machine builder in Taiwan, and says, "Hey, friend, can you send me your virtual machine over?" And sustainable, right? So nobody's flying over, saving carbon with the flights, and everything is happening virtually, right? So everything's getting integrated, all the optimizations are done. And the customer in Europe, the food and beverage customer in Europe, says, "Hey, I'm not happy with this particular thing. Can you change a little?" Goes back, changes it very fast, overnight, sends it back, and these checks are happening, right? So everything, and not a single material has been used. Only data is being used, right? And this is where this whole topic of sustainability, we are helping already in the first step, right? And this is already one small part. And as it goes on, this whole thing will evolve, and the product will continue to develop, the production will continue to develop, and then finally the machine gets built and it gets sent over. And then finally there is an interlock between this product, this virtual machine, and finally it's also built, and it gets sent over to Europe, and then it goes, the machine is sent, and then finally, when the machine is then in Europe, the machine is operating, right? And data gets produced. I mean, a lot of data is getting produced. And all this data is also then, can be, if the customer wishes, collected in Europe and then sent back to Taiwan, to the machine builder, so that in the best case, the machine builder gets a new order from the same customer. He already knows what sort of small optimizations need to be done in his machine. And that is why this is a complete continuous chain, which we think will really continue with this real world and virtual world. And this is really a never-ending process where you're designing a machine, realizing it and optimizing it, and also same with the production. This whole process keeps continuing. And all this is contributing, of course, also to the topic of carbon reduction, because you're not wasting any material. And that is why this is a whole continuous chain, which we believe will continue in a closed loop environment. And this is how it's going to look, right? At the end of the day, you have the machine in Taiwan, or the machine, the digital twin of the machine, which was created in Taiwan. Finally, it lands up in Europe, the real machine, as part of the production in Europe. And that same digital twin of the production is also out there in Europe. So really, this is a continuous chain. And we are making it already possible. We're working with some customers in Taiwan already. Maybe I can share it later also, with whom we are already doing this topic, where we are building their machines virtually. They are very fast sending it to their customers, for example, in Europe or in the US, and very fast able to get these validations done. So this is a topic where we really see there is benefit for the customers, not only to become faster to the market, because this is another key topic right now in the world. the demands of the customers are also changing every day. And we need to react really, really fast on that. And the only way you can do it if you have these processes which are able to then also optimize very fast. And coming to the concrete case, right, which I mentioned on the machine building side, I mean, this is how we think it'll look. That you're having your whole machine building process, I mean, this is basically a process line, right, in the virtual world and then in the real world. And just one more topic, right? I mean, also supply chains. I mean, a massive topic right now, right? I think every day I get so many emails or so many phone calls from customers asking me, okay, where is my PLC? Where is my IO? Fair points, right? And this is where we are also able to work with some customers, for example, with the commissioning. We are able to also commission the machine with the customer virtually first, helping to save a few days even, because every day counts currently, because every day also maybe the customer has some penalties. We're able to do some virtual commissioning with the customer virtually, and this is also able to then support him with some of his supply chain challenges. And of course, I will come to this topic in a bit around the energy saving, where you remember I was talking to you about the virtual world. In the virtual world, you're not only able to simulate the machine, you're also able to simulate some of these energy topics around how much energy is being used, around the water consumption. So a lot of these energy topics can also be simulated in the virtual world. So they're also able to optimize everything right there. And of course, you're able to simulate all your critical aspects, right, to make sure all the mechanics are perfect. And of course, then later analyze everything perfectly when the machine is also running. And of course, all this with our hardware, which is also well known. And when we talk about data, a lot of times I get the question, yeah, but this whole topic around the OT level, the IT level, how do you connect that? And my IT department doesn't talk to me. I get this question quite a lot from customer side, even from big customers, right? And this is a topic where in the future, the whole connection between the IT layer and the OT layer is going to be one. So there is this big connection between the OT layer to the IT layer, and this is where also we are trying, when I'm trying to talk to my customers, I'm trying to explain to them there. Of course, in the OT layer, so the operation layer, you have all your devices, right? Your field devices, your sensors, your motors, and then of course your controllers. And then as you go higher, you have topics, for example, like edge computing. I will show an example in a couple of slides. This is the future of collecting data, analyzing it, and taking decisions from that, edge computing. And even for energy optimization, there is a nice application for that. Of course, then you have your MES systems and with clouds and right up to app developments. So this is a topic where every machine builder, but also definitely every production manager has to have a look at and take care. How is this connection happening from the OT layer to the IT layer? And this is a topic where also the requirements, right? Some of our people whom we are hiring will change in the future. We need also more people with IT background, but at the same time, have these people also understand the OT layer. And that is where we as Siemens, we are also then trying to help our customers that they're able to understand this topic. And when it comes to energy optimization then, so I remember I spoke about ESG, and I would like to talk about the E portion, because E is what we can influence towards my customers, right? The energy efficiency topic. What we are trying to do as a standard practice towards our customers is, in the first step, consult them, that we are jointly evaluating either their machine or their machining production line to say, okay, hey, what could be some of the topics we could look at in the first step for this topic of energy efficiency? And then we are, of course, implementing together with the customer these required topics, and finally optimizing it based on some of their energy optimization needs. So this is a topic where we are working on with our customers, also in a sort of circular approach. And then, of course, then if you're going then to really to the products, and this is where I told you, right, there are some small topics which we can implement, and we are also already doing it with some of our machine building customers, what we can already implement today in order to get some small savings of energy, which is then related then to the topic of reducing your carbon footprint, right, in the next step. Starting some small topics, right, like this energy manager, semantic energy manager. This is like an edge application where in a very simple way, you're able to collect the energy consumption data of your machine or of your production line with an edge application. So with an edge computer, really fast, right there in the machine. It is also available as a cloud application, but as an edge application. It's really cool. And this can be used really on a machine. I'll show you a screenshot on the next page. Or Dynamics PCS. This is also an interesting topic. I mean, of course, not so relevant for machine builders, but especially in Taiwan, right? This whole topic of green energy is massive right now. And a lot of energy is being got right now from a lot of renewable sources, right? A lot of decentralized sources. And here is where we need a good system to back some of these battery suppliers in order to make the energy go then from the decentralized sources to the battery to the grid in a very smooth way. And here's where then we are also helping the customers to get this green energy into their network. So of course, not so relevant for machine builders, but also a nice topic. And of course, our drives and motors with the latest IE4 technologies, for example, or some of the drives which are also regenerative, also good possibilities of saving energy costs here. And some very nice, very interesting solutions also where you never think in the first step, right? I mean, every machine builder needs so many small input-output devices. It's the most basic thing, right, in every machine. You don't even think about it. And here is where also we have some very easy, smart energy meters, which are really I/O devices, where you're also able to measure your energy consumption in the first step. And of course, our SCADA systems, with the help of which you're also then able to get your energy consumption data. And this is what I wanted to show you. This is the app here on the right side, the white color. This is the app, actually, the Edge application, which I just spoke about on the previous slide, where in a very simple way, you're able to get the energy consumption of your machine. So this, for example, is an application we developed for a machine builder in Taiwan. So we are able to do it very easily, and he's able to get his energy consumption in a very transparent way, and then his end customer is also getting it and able to see it. And just imagine this customer is in across locations. He's also then able to compare energy consumption in various locations. So this is a topic, of course, for transparency in the first step, because only if you have transparency, you can take concrete actions about that. Right. Finally, I would like to talk a bit about some of our topics around the plastics, right? Because we are at the end of the day at a plastic exhibition. And here is where there are also some really nice functions or some nice libraries. So if you do visit our Siemens booth later, I would like to really invite you to visit our Siemens booth later, and I can show you some of these nice functions which you can use, especially for your key plastic industries, right from injection molding to blow molding. Some functions, like for example, the temperature control package, where you're in a very easy manner able to control the temperature with some of our libraries, some of our standard libraries, able to control the temperature also from an end user perspective as to what is the temperature of this particular step. So in a very easy way, we are able to do that. Or for example, the drive package or the Parsion control. This is also a new feature which we have brought about. For example, if you have for blow molding, a can with a very special shape. Here, with the help of a very specific library, we are able to control what is the exact shape this can be formed, and with then, of course, saving resources, right? Because exactly the correct amount of resources are getting used for this can, and that is also possible with this library. So we do have some very nice libraries which we have developed for all sorts of applications here, and I would like to invite most of you, at least who are here, or if you're online, you can also contact us to have a look at some of these applications at our booth. All right, and just some very quick examples around the topic of sustainability. I would just like to focus on a couple of topics here. Coca-Cola, not in Taiwan, in Austria, where we have worked together with Coca-Cola in order to reduce their carbon emission by more than 50%. So this was a topic. Also, we did it with the help of some of those applications, which I was showing earlier, in order to have transparency first and then take some actions to reduce it. Or for example, here with the plastic, right? I mean, plastic bags is always a topic. It's a nice topic to have, but later related to waste always ends up in some incinerators, or it ends up in some resource which is not useful. And here is where also we are working with our latest controllers in order to sort of reuse them properly. And yeah, with that, like I said, sustainability, the first thing starts with data, starts with transparency. So with some of the solutions which we are working on, which we are happy to show you, then going towards automation right up to IoT, is then the key for this more sustainable industry. And like you can see, resources are finite, but the data, a lot of data is there. And again, this topic will be a major topic for all of us here in Taiwan for a great time to come. So now is absolutely the time to look at this topic and do something about it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for sharing the wonderful content with us, and I believe everyone has been enlightened a lot. Thank you. 那么刚刚呢，我们邀请到就是我们的这。
Thank you once again for Aditya Ramkrishna from Siemens for giving us so much information. Of course, Siemens solutions in many different industry sectors, and it could reduce the energy consumption of your machines. And of course, it's also very important of how you can bring IT and OT, either people or sectors, together. And Siemens have a variety of different solutions available. Feel free to pay a visit to Siemens booth or their website. Ladies and gentlemen, next we move on to the second talk today. Our speaker is Mr. Larry Wei, chairman of FKI. FKI is a leading brand of extrusion molding machines. It's making smart and low energy consuming machines. And now, Larry, please welcome him to the stage. He's going to talk about the development trends of plastic blow molding machines. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great privilege to be standing here on the stage and share some of my thoughts about sustainability. For sustainable development, I think it's a shared goal for every single company, every single member of our industry. It's something that everyone should really cares about. These 2 or 3 years, we have seen a lot of changes, a lot of drastic changes, actually. And we really have to try so hard to correspond to these changes. Either it's the pandemic, or it's the rising prices of raw materials, or the congested containers, or lack of labor. So it's difficult enough for you to survive, and not to say pursuing sustainable development, but that's still something that we have to do. So on one hand, to think about sustainable development, we really have to sustain the development of a company. If you want to contribute to sustainable development, you have to firstly make sure that your company survives, that your company makes money, that your company continues to do a lot of R&D and launch products that your clients like, that your companies can make profits. So after that, then you can talk about sustainable development. I think the key here is the leaders of the company. They have to have a vision. You really have to learn to see things yet to happen. You have to think about what your goal is 5 years or 10 years from now, so that you can make plans in advance. FKI, back in 1999, moved to our new headquarters. we started to digitalize our operations. "20 years ago, we were working with our partners to design softwares that we needed back at the time. So back in 1990, we spent 6 million NT dollars on design of softwares. And my father was like, "Are you crazy? Spending so much money on the design of softwares back in 1990. But I knew it was a must. And of course, the software also needed to evolve along the time from MRB to ARB. But it really served as a great foundation for FKI. So right now, we see this digital trend, but actually FKA has started to do it very, very early on. So if you want to do it now, it's a bit late, I have to be honest with you. We got some orders from the US, $5 million for one machine. I think it's as large as the space, maybe 7 or 8 times of the meeting room here. And it takes 40 containers at the time for us to export the machines to the US. I think, of course, you have to make sure that your product is in great quality so that your clients will want your products. And in this process, I personally make sure that we are in very close contact with our clients in the US. We try to know what they wanted, every single detail, through video conferencing, through any kinds of possible ways. We spent 2 weeks for our company to make sure, yes, this is the product that we want. We have completed this validation process in just 2 weeks. But after validation, it's installation, right? This is such a huge machine. It's in the US. It's such a far distance away, right? But we also have to plan everything well for the installation. How to put our products into the container. We make sure that every single step is recorded. We take pictures. We write down information. So by the time when the machine was sent to the US, we didn't send anyone to the US, okay? But by giving them all the information the US team would need, they actually pulled it over. They installed the machine all by themselves. What an achievement, right?
You will not survive if you're not flexible. So, as a professional plastic industry leader, we must be able to be adaptable, flexible, take care of your employees, and cater to the customer's need. Then we can talk about sustainability. I'm very proud to say that both of my sons are now working with me. I haven't really making decisions for the company for like 20 years now. I have the leisure to be here and talk to you because I did not have to devote most of my time to the company. Okay, so the general manager of Siemens talked a lot about the development of the plastic industry and the sustainable goals and strategies. So professionally, there are many things that we must actually finish or establish. From Trump talking about made in USA, in the last 5 years, when we talk about extrusion machine has increased like more than 200 times more in volume. About custom-made machines, these customers, they have very specific demands and need, and we will complete them all. Some of these companies, they have great machines, but they cannot customize machines for their customers. For the Taiwanese companies, we are very flexible. We know that to survive, we must understand and cater to the demands of our customers, which is why we are able to occupy the markets in the United States. I'm not looking at the slides because I'll be affected by it. I'm just going to talk, okay? Like what I've just said, the production of a machine, aside from automation, which is less labor, I have to say, managing labor forces, it's really a difficult issue. They have like retirement funds, they must have like leisure time, and how can you actually manage them, how try to actually make them more efficient. So like automation is key to great production or efficient production. And if you talk about automation, if you need all your information in this machine, according all these data or remote monitoring, remote maintenance, or problem report or feedback, what's the consumption of water or electricity during this production, all this can be calculated. And it's a very complex issue. If you do not have a very professional R&D team, you may not be able to complete the task. So we talk about energy saving, talk about carbon reduction. While we're here, the injection machine, if it's not all electronic injection machine, it cannot be displayed in the exhibition. All of them are all electric because it saves up on energy consumption. There's no hydraulic pollution. There's no oil leakage issues. There is no like pump issues. So all these wastes can be avoided by using an all-electronic machine. So we have like 60 barrels within an hour. Now we want like 120 barrels within 1 minute. We have like 200 liters. These steel barrels, they requires like 30 different procedures to actually manufacture a steel barrel. It is a very difficult task. Now the plastic barrels, we will produce one plastic barrel within 50 seconds. So that's an 11 kilogram barrel. Now the barrel is reduced to 8.5 kilos. Now we have a 3-layer plastic barrel. Now the outer layer is very expensive. Then the middle layer, you cannot see this layer, but it's recycled material. That's 70% of the overall material. And the inner layer is a virgin material. And the steel barrels is like $1,000. It is as safe as the plastic barrel, but the plastic barrel only sells for $100. And steel barrels need 300 labor worker to produce one steel barrel. But for the plastic barrels, we only need automation, only machines. We can actually recycle these materials and use it for the middle layer and then produce the new plastic barrel, all just by machine. So this is automation. This is renovation. This is revolution. And this is how we go to sustainability. So to actually survive and develop sustainably, we must be automated, we must use smart devices, and we must be able to produce in large volumes. So we have these radial Pearson control. So we have these very light 8.5 kilo plastic barrels. We have these energy-saving clamping devices, all electronic devices, dual clamping systems. You can see that we can just directly recycle these materials and use it in new barrels automatically without the interference of human labor. So I do believe that a lot of people in the society, they have this misunderstanding about this plastic industry. Using plastic to replace these wood and steel products, we actually reduced a lot of waste, which is why you can steal forests, because we do not need these forests, these wood to produce products, because we have plastic products. So we are actually protecting the environment by producing these plastic products. You go to Costco and you see these tables and chairs. If you all use steel and wooden material for these tables and chairs, how much wood and steel would you need? If you go to these in factories, you can see that if you produce these with steel and wood, you would not be able to catch up with the demand. So for the plastic machine industry, we are trying very hard to run this industry smoothly. We are doing good to the world, to the environment. We have contributed to environmental production by trying to save the forest. Of course, plastic can be reused, recycled, and reduced. This is our 3R policy. So we need a really good and efficient recycle mechanism. My time's up, right? How much time do I still have? 10 minutes? Okay. All right. I have to squeeze some more from my head, right? Okay, just like what I said. When you talk to the customers, what does the customers need? And then we have like new machinery. For the past 20 years, we've been buying all these machines. The machine from 20 years ago and machine from nowadays uses different technology. There's a huge leap of progress. And we don't usually recycle these machines. They believe that we can use these machines to the end of time. They think that they should manufacture machines that can last forever. So they're still producing machines from 20 years ago. They're not willing to throw them away. But we have to actually make some changes. We have to update the system. And the customers, they're very happy about it. We have saved up to 25% of the electricity. So I will not accept bidding or bargaining from my customers because I know I can provide excellent service and products. Of course, we are always trying to be customer-centered. So when I go to Costco, I go to the places where they have furniture and to take a look at our product, and I feel really proud of what we have achieved. So when I place orders, because of the customized these procedure, we need to customize machine. We need differentiated machine. That is our competitiveness of the Taiwanese companies. These young generation, they know the importance of customization, of new updated systems, new R&D, and new design. Okay, give them the young generation a great round of applause. So, based on the demand, the customers' need, we must talk to them and target their need to design or produce new machinery. So through online or virtual discussions and designs, we'll be able to send them information, the structure, the design, the plan of the machine. Without the actual sample, there's definitely no waste during the overall design process. But through this virtual design process, through constant communication and discussion, we'll be able to actually cater to customers' need and cater to all the challenges. We have these inline productions. All these machines are different. Every one of these machines are different than the other. This is our advantage. This is our strength. This is what we can do. I am very proud because, you know, we are the leader. We are unparalleled in this industry. I am proud to say. Ever since we start exporting to the US, the company has been selling a lot, and the other companies, they really cannot compete with us. So today, it is an honor to have this opportunity to be here to talk about sustainable development with you. Regardless of the industry, you must understand that the leaders of this company need to have a vision and a professional team, a professional R&D team or a marketing team. And they must be able to respond to the challenges and changes every day. We talk about energy saving, but first, before this, we have to make a profit. We must make a profit, then we talk about energy saving and carbon reduction. I'm not saying that carbon reduction is not important. I'm saying that you have to first make sure that your company can survive. Then we can talk about efficiency or environmental protection. Because otherwise, you will be only increasing your cost. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the chairman of AKI, Larry Wei, for sharing so much with us today. Thank you so much for sharing with us a lot of interesting stories with us. Even during the pandemic, you still managed to land a $5 million US deal. That was quite an achievement. Yeah, as a leader of a company, you really have to have a vision for the future. And you also have to be able to solve problems that are happening from time to time. So if you have any more questions, feel free to raise them during the panel. So you can see a QR code on the screen right now. Feel free to scan the QR code. You can raise your questions or leave your comments online. And we look forward to a more in-depth discussion later during the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next talk. It's CEO of FCS, Wang. FCS has the most booths in this year's Taipei Plus. And it has shown some of its latest products during Taipei Plus this year. And now to give you some more information, please welcome Alan. He will be talking about the multi-shot IMM of FCS. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm so happy to be here today. I would like to firstly send my greetings to Larry Wei, who is a trailblazer in the industry, and thank you so much for doing what you do. Let's give him another big round of applause for leading his company and also leading the industry association. I would like to start with some questions to you. Anyone's in the plastic processing industry? Would you please raise your hands? Are you from the machinery industry? Please raise your hands. What about other people? From the academia? Maybe some professors, teachers, students maybe? Okay. We're talking about neutrality, carbon neutrality, and maybe we can say that we all have a lot of anxiety over carbon neutrality, right? It brings a lot of pressure to the rubber industry. And it seems like what we are doing here in the rubber industry have a lot to be blamed, right, for its impact for the environment. So, but actually, I think we can definitely turn this image around. Plastics or rubber products can actually facilitate the development of sustainability in the world by recycling the products, by developing innovative solutions. Okay, let me begin by introducing FCS a little bit to you. We were founded in 1974. Our capital is $48 million US. We have factories, 5 factories in the world. And many of our machines are very durable, so one machine can actually stand for a very, very long time. For over 50 years, our overall length of IMM tie bar used is about the total height of 1,500 Taipei 101 buildings combined. Okay, and our headquarters in Taiwan, and also we have factories in Dongsheng, in Ningbo, in India. And a lot of people are very interested in how we're doing in India. I have to say that it's not easy, especially during the pandemic, to run a factory overseas. You really have to spend a lot of time and efforts. But we do see a lot of promises from the Indian market, so we'll keep doing it. And also some more information. about different factories. Yeah, our different factories are manufacturing different sizes and different scales of machines. And we are having a new one, the second factory, Nimble the second. This is our fifth production base, and it will be operating from next year, 2023. And also to give you an idea of what FCS is making, we are having clients from the automobile, from the commodities, from the healthcare industries, and it has a lot to do with your injection speed and also the sophistication of your machines. So we are actually providing different types of products to different clients in different industries. And this is our value-added service. We can actually provide a one-stop service for our client. So it's a smart solution. It can provide a smart diagnosis and also analytics. So it's not just for FCS clients, but also for clients in Japan, also in other countries. And we have our clients include some of the biggest names in the world. We have 30 branch offices in the world and 21 agents in the world, in India, in China, in the US. Like in China, we have 21 branch offices and 4 agents to make our network even broader and more comprehensive. And the pandemic has shown us to make your business localized is very, very important. And that's also what we have been doing these years. So you can see our global clients in the auto parts industry, in the electronics industry, household and sports industry. We had some clients in the cycling, in the shoemaking industries, and we're doing very well with them. And let me come into the critical parts of today's presentation. Carbon reduction. You might have a lot of anxieties over this issue, but that's still the ultimate goal that we want to achieve: carbon neutrality, net zero. And different countries, they all have their own policies, like deadlines, like how many years that you have to achieve carbon neutrality. Like we can see that the EU definitely is a front runner on this side. They will be levying carbon taxes from 2023. I'm a bit worried for our companies from Taiwan because we have a relatively higher carbon print given the energy sources that we are using, like natural gases and also coal electricity. And that explains why some of our companies and also industries are producing more carbon emissions. So that's really something that we have to think about. We also see some big companies, they are also incorporating sustainability and also net zeros into their operation policies. So we really have to pay very close attention to what other countries and also what other companies are doing. Okay, and back to IMM. How do you cut carbon emissions in the IMM industry, such as using recyclable components. Maybe the most effective way, I'll have to say, is to adjust your use of energy sources. That start from the beginning. Like, how do you use the heating source, like drying, plasticizing, cooling? You not only want to cut carbon emissions with your machines, right? A lot of the machines right now are all electric, or at least it's oil plus electric. Some of my clients, they say that because of the upgrades of their machines, even though they deploy more machines right now, the energy consumption doesn't really go up because they're using more updated machines. Just last week, I was talking to one of my biggest clients based in Taiwan, and they asked me to develop a IMM powered by batteries, so that our clients doesn't really have to worry too much about the power consumption. But it's very difficult, I have to tell you. So I told him that I'll think about it. Okay, back to what I want to talk about today, IMM. You still want to strike the balance between saving your energy, but also making sure that you still have very high yield rate, right? So you really want to maximize your yield rate. So OEE, the numbers, OPE, those are the numbers that you have to pay attention to make sure that you have good yield rate. And also for equipment management, that will also save you. They will also help you save energy for injection molding. And one of the most proactive way to look at this issue is to save your energy, starting with your molding technology. That's what I would like to talk about today. The first one is the process integration technology with FCS multi-component injection molding machine. And the second one is mule cell technology, the new innovative foaming technology that could be used for shoemaking. Because traditional manufacturing procedures will produce a lot of GH greenhouse gas, such as methane and also CO2. So with this mule cell technology, you can actually capture the nitrogen from the air. So with this capture technology, you don't add extra carbon emissions. And okay, let me focus on the multi-component injection molding from here. What are some of its advantages? Of course, it can improve your yield rate and also facilitate your pursuit of sustainable development. All right, just to give you an example here. Traditionally, you have to do the orange part either manually or by the machine. And then you have to do the white part with injection. So with the size of insert part is hard to control due to the shrinkage or warpage, which results in the defection.
一个困难的部分。
But using two injection machines will actually increase the defection rate. So we have two machines, one for this orange part and one for the white part. So if you have a multi-component injection machine, you can see this one is here, can be removed. So like one multi-component machine takes up less space than two machines. So Taiwan is very unique because we have little space and we have a lot of people. So take a look at this hall. A lot of our customers in Taiwan, they have a very low floor space. So last time, I have a client need me to actually raise the machine to a 4-floor height. So we need a compact machine to accommodate these limited floor spaces in Taiwan and Taiwanese factories. And the third advantage is that we have a light guide. We have a very beautiful car lights. And it is a thick part. But sometimes when the parts that are thick, that you may require like 10 minutes to allow these parts to cool down. So it takes up a lot of time. But if we use a 3-component injection machine with the same material, but we divide it into 3 times of injection process, it would actually considerably decrease the cooling time. It will only take 256 seconds for the parts to cool instead of 600 seconds. So that will increase the efficiency. As for the labor force, so we have this machine arm to replace human labor, but it's still a bit waste and it takes up a lot of space. So it looks cool, but my logic when it comes to automation is that you should use, by using mold and the embedded design within this machine to finish the overall injection. So we need a 3-color component. So we need 3 colors to actually materialize all at once. So when we have a multi-component machine with a rotating device, we will be able to produce this product all at once. As for this material, it is a water cap. So for the seal, there's a different material different than the cap. So there will be waste. But with multi-component injection machine, we'll be able to produce both of them all at once, thus reduce the waste. This is a car knob. So when we talk about plating, we must choose our material for the plating. So sometimes we have to use ABS. So we have to cover up the ABS, and then we have to do the plating. So we have to use human labor to cover up the areas that we do not need to be plated. But with our multi-component injection machine, we'll be able to combine PC and ABS, and then only plating the ABS area when needed. As for this is the COVID-19 testing set. We also have this seal, this O-ring, that can be produced directly with the multi-injection machine instead of putting the O-ring in later. Okay, so we have labor, we have machine, and we have the production cycle. So this is what we're trying to help our customers do. So we know this may be concerning your industry or company as well. A lot of times we can use multi-component injection machines to reduce the waste of material or time or human labor and increase efficiency. We have automatic packaging, and we have printing and shooting, and we have here for keyboard or monitoring shield or caps. So as you can see, it can be implemented on many different cases. And then we have these health products. We have a very unique dual design structure for these caps of the health product, so that it can actually prevent counterfeits or faulty products. And then anti-slippery devices. We have luggages. When you open these hard luggages, they will have this soft fold, so that you'll be able to actually remove your things from the suitcase more easily. As for the differences in these machines, we have a single injection machine and a multi-injection machine. So for the multi-component injection machine, we have a rotational device. Now this single one, so price-wise, of course, these single injection machines are cheaper. Now these, for the multi-component injection machines, we have these horizontal or vertical rotation tables. So for the electric vehicles, we have, see this Tesla, they have these windows. So for the electric cars, if you want to save up on the electricity, and you see have a glass window on the top, it is very heavy and not environmental friendly. So now we'll use others materials to replace the glass. You know, plastic can be very valuable when it comes to electric cars because it can definitely solve a lot of problems. So these horizontal rotation tables are a bit more expensive. So there's a really high, really wide spectrum of differences. Now we can do it like in 5 or 6 colors. So we have these L models. A lot of European companies, they like the injection from the top, not the bottom. And we have mobile injection machines. So the advantage of these machines that if you have like a small orders, then you can actually be able to actually choose where you want the injection exit to be. So it's very flexible. So for the traditional injection, multi-component injection machines, it is hard to actually remove or reconstruct the machine to accommodate to the orders that you need to actually complete. But for the new ones, we can definitely try to actually adapt and make changes. So we have 20 different types of injection configuration. And we have machineries that can comply to all 20 configurations. So there are a lot of different choices that you can actually set or assemble to reduce carbon reduction according to your specific needs. So for FCS, for last year, we have sold more multi-component injection machine than single component injection machine, because a lot of customers, they want to make changes. So 1984, we have the first multi-component injection machine. And we have also 700 tons of large-scale machines as well. So for mainland China or overseas market, they all favor multi-component injection machines. So for Taiwanese companies, we have some pain points. A lot of the customers tell me that they have lost order because the long lead time of insert molding development processes. They have to talk about safety measures. A lot of the machines, they have some certain standards or regulations that they must comply with. That would actually prevent some of the structures of the machine to function properly. So multi-component injection machines are quite expensive. So shall we buy the machine first, or shall we wait for the orders to come in first? So I have to tell you, you must have this machine first, because this is not something that you can actually profess in a very short time. If you don't have the equipment, even if you have the orders, you will not be able to produce the machinery. So we have 160 tons to 1,900 tons of machines. So when the order comes in, you see all these applications that I've just given you. So you can actually advise your clients to choose from all these different applications that you have already figured out. So take a look at these photos. They have the high gloss. So we have these different kind of glosses. Now we have this black background, and then we have a transparent frame, and then you would be seen as gloss. So a lot of the TVs manufactured in Korea uses this kind of high gloss from the multi-component injection machines. And then we have multicolored components. These like 4-colored or 5-color components. For these car lights, see this black ones? We used to have to actually paint the colors on later, but now we'll be able to actually make this with one multi-component injection machine. And then we have translucent. So we see that, when you open up the refrigerators, the light would light up and make people feel better. And then we have these corner windows, and we have gradient products. You can see the color gradation or patterns. And then we have paintings. We have like 2-colored paintings. So the outside background is black, and the actual wording is in white. And through the ABS and PC variation, we'll be able to actually manufacture this component in one shot. And then we have buffers, anti-collision devices. I have to say that Japanese clients, they are very specific as to what they wanted. They want like materials that are soft and extreme soft. So we have like these 2 layers of material to actually reach the actual softness that's required by the Japanese customer.
OK， 好，
And of course, also for some more, some foldable products. And also anti-counterfeit products. You can also use our machine to do that. Of course, a lot more to come in the future. We will keep developing new products, new solutions, and you're more than welcome to contribute your ideas to FCS as well. Okay, lastly, we will be showing these 3 machines at our booth. You're more than welcome to pay a visit to our booth. That's it for me. Thank you again. Thank you so much to Alan for sharing so much with us. Alan just mentioned that IMM company, as for how to reduce energy consumptions and also pursue sustainable development, maybe having its multi-shots, multi-components, IMM is the way to go. And next, we would like to have more discussion. I think plastics has been in our daily life for a very, very long time and used to be just a decoration at home. But now, and also from what 3 of our speakers just shared, we know that plastics really plays a very important role in our life, and it could be used for many, many different purposes. And the rubber and plastic industry can also be very eco-friendly, can also be very, very sustainable. All right, next we're going to have some more discussion. We move on to the panel discussion this morning. I think you all feel very inspired by what our 3 speakers just said, right? So you're more than welcome to join us for the discussion. Feel free to scan the QR code on the screen so that you can leave your questions or comments online. And our moderator and also panel speakers will also address your questions. So I'll give you 1 minute to scan the QR code and leave your questions there. While you're writing your questions, we have a video about FKI. So let's have a look.
好，我们请大家呢，我们再来重新看一次。这个呢是我们魏董。
Yeah, originally Larry would like to play this video during his presentation, but he didn't do that. So let's do it right now. Let's have a look. All right, this is how the machine works.
这个呢是我们机台的实况现场呢，我们也秀给大家。
Yeah, it's a demonstration of how the machine from FKI works. If you go to the booth of FKI, they don't display any physical equipment this time, but they have a huge screen to show you the portfolio of their products. Okay, now let's bring in our moderator and also panelists to join us on the stage. Our moderator is Tim Lai, General Manager of Precision Machinery R&D Center. And next, we'd like to welcome our panel speaker, Aditya Ramkrishna from Siemens. Please join us on the stage. Next, please welcome Chairman of FKI, Larry Wei, CEO of FCS, Alan Wang. All right, over to our moderator, Tim. Good morning or good afternoon. Just like the MC just said, that plastics is very important. Okay, for me, I have actually grown up with plastics. My family used to do injection machines too. And I'm from the Precision Machinery R&D Center, located in the central part of Taiwan, Taichung. And I've been the general manager there for 6 to 7 years. And before that, I also worked in the private machinery company in Taiwan for also about 6 to 7 years. And then I got a chance to work at the Precision Machinery R&D Center. I was very thankful that during my stay there at the R&D Center, I was sent to Germany for further studies to work on machinery technology. And I really appreciate my time there in Germany. And after the Tsai government took office 3 years ago, they also launched the Smart Machinery Office. And I am very honored to also be the CEO of the Smart Machinery Office. And Aditya here is an old friend of mine. Siemens definitely plays a very important role in pushing forward the progress of smart machinery here in Taiwan. Just like Aditya just mentioned in his talk, he just shared a lot of most advanced solutions from Siemens. And it used to be that the design and also the technical part, the use of electric control, they are separated. But Siemens has found a way to put all these different parts together. Just like the digital twin that Aditya just mentioned. That digital twin, by using it, you can integrate all these different parts. You can connect the dots with the digital twin and make your operations more smooth. So that's about Aditya. And about Larry, FKI really is a very famous machinery company in Taiwan. Larry, of course, with his very gray hair, but actually he's the second generation of the FKI. It's a family business, and his sons are also the third generation of running FKI right now. And FKI is a very famous company in our industry. And lastly, we have Alan. Let me share with you some secrets here. 7 years ago, my boss, our chairman, has invited Alan to be a part of our board directors, to be our one of the board directors of our center. But he turned our chairman down by saying that they were very busy developing their business in India at the time. So It was a pity that he couldn't join us at the time. But I really have to say that FCS is a trailblazer in the industry and also leading the technological developments. So now I want to spend some time exchanging ideas with three of our speakers on the stage and to have a more in-depth discussion with them so that we can have some more interaction maybe with the audience as well. Okay, for the plastic and rubber industry, we are talking about a lot about sustainable development, right? And a lot of the companies here in Taiwan have also evolved along the way from mass production to providing more customized and innovative solutions to their clients. And now that we see net zero and circular economy and also sustainability have become the mainstream in the world right now. So to begin, I just want to invite the three of you to share some more about sustainability and net zero. How do you communicate with your clients? How do you innovate together with your clients? How do you develop innovative products together with your clients? So maybe we can start from Ellen. Thank you so much to Tim. Yeah, this is a very big question, I have to say. We all share a lot of anxiety about net zero, right? For me, I think maybe we can start from what we can do. We can narrow it down a little bit. I think in terms of the sources of electricity in Taiwan, it's rather difficult for us to achieve this goal in a short time. So maybe we can start with the management of our factories and also management of our equipment. And also we can start with some innovative manufacturing procedures. We can start from ourselves as opposed to having to abide by or go with the international trends right now. Maybe we can just start from ourselves first. And Larry, what is your take on this one? Thank you to Tim. Yeah, just like I just said, net zero really takes a lot of money and also a lot of investment, I have to say. Top five energy intensive industries in Taiwan. I see a lot of the companies are pushing forward their net zero strategies, hoping to achieve the goal by 2050. But by the time, I probably will not be here anymore in the world, right? And to echo what Alan just said, I think Taiwan's machinery industry, our carbon emissions and our carbon footprints are not actually that much or that high compared with other industries. So our focus here will be to upgrade our design, to upgrade our services, to make sure that our clients, by using our products, by using our machines, can cut down the use of energy, can cut the carbon emissions. You see, more than 90% of FKI's products are all electric. And also, we also start from ourselves. We have upgraded our light bulbs and turned them into LED lighting, and also our AC systems. We made it more eco-friendly. But I still think the key here is still the design of the products. By the way that you design the products, by the way that you design your machine, that you can actually, just like Alan said, they can cut the carbon emission by up to 60%. So sustainable development, net zero, definitely are very important, but you also have to take into account how do you run your business? How do you make sure that you can have sustainable operation of your company, that you can make money, that you can make profits in this process, so that at the same time that you can make sure that your company is having positive impact to the environment.
Right. Thanks a lot for the question, Tim. Let me try to answer it in two topics. I mean, the first topic is what do we do as Siemens for this topic, and then how are we working with customers? Are we, no sound? Open. Thanks. All right. Okay. First, let me try to answer in two topics, right? I mean, first, what are we as Siemens doing ourselves, and then what do we do with our customers? We as Siemens ourselves, I mean, we saw various timelines, right? We as Siemens, we ourselves have taken the pledge that by 2030, we are becoming carbon neutral as a company. So for there also, we do several steps. I mean, one step is, of course, if you look at our factories, what are some of the energy sources we are using for our factories? How are we using more carbon efficient energy sources? Or for one very simple example, our in Germany, for example, our company cars also going more towards the electric side, right? All these small steps then help towards also achieving our goal towards 2030 of becoming more carbon neutral. However, what we also then do in, for example, in our factories, because we also realize as a component supplier to these machine builders here, we have to make sure that our products are also getting more carbon neutral. Because at the end of the day, our products, our PLCs, drives, motors are also in some of these machines. So we are then working with our suppliers, a lot of suppliers, also to make sure that they are reducing their carbon footprint. And we are giving them also clear goals that they reduce their carbon footprint, so that when we are delivering our products to our customers, because they have to then also calculate our products as part of their carbon footprint, it is also then getting reduced. So this is one topic, how we are then trying to sort of work with our suppliers to make our products have a lesser carbon footprint. However, also with different customers, we're working on it. I did show you several ideas earlier in my speech. In fact, we have recently signed a MOU with a company just 3 weeks ago here in Taichung called Kingsteel, where we are working with them exactly on the topic of carbon neutrality, that we say what are some of the ideas of how we are helping them to go more on this path. And exactly some of these topics which I was showing earlier, where Kingsteel is then using our digital twins to make their machines more faster commissioning. They're also sending some prototypes of their machines to their customers very quickly, and they're saving time, they're saving energy, they're saving resources. And then of course they're using some very simple solutions also from our side on the physical world in order to help reduce your carbon footprint. So this is just one example of a customer that we are concretely working on right now. Of course, in Taiwan, there are many more customers also in some more energy-intensive industries, I mean, not related to plastics, where we are also working on currently. But this is one example which we have currently. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. 我想这个阿里这里
Just like what Alan said, IT-OT integration. We all know that when it comes to data and decision making are all key components of the sustainable development of a enterprise, because we have to make decisions based on data that we collected and then make more goals based on what we have. So we all know that all these are leading companies all over the world. And these emerging companies are all participating in reducing carbon footprint. And our companies talked about working with their clients over the world, and they have been communicating through virtual planning and through the internet. They are able to actually deliver the machine components to the customers. As for FCS, they are a highly globalized company. And for their development, they have plants in India, and they have very highly energy-saving equipment. So they are highly competitive in the global market. As for Siemens, they also have new approaches to respond to the challenges. And they have electric vehicles. And for the Ningbo factory, they have this new energy vehicles to cater to the need of the market. With these new applications, can you talk about these new applications with the audiences on site as to how you do what you make? Thank you. When we talk about new energy vehicles, this year, the first half, the economy is actually reviving and recovering, but the later half of this year, the economy is actually in a recess again. So when we talk about statistics, the entire industry is also still on the rise. But new energy vehicle is important to all industries. When we talk about the injection industry, we talk about plastic injections, we talk about how these multi-component injection parts can be used on these vehicles. So we use plastic to replace glass or steel. And the new energy may need batteries and to improve efficiency. So I think instead of increasing the power by battery, we should actually decrease the weight of the overall product or vehicle. If we can actually make the vehicles more compact and lighter, the battery will be able to power the vehicle for a longer distance or a longer period of time. So I think if you'll be able to decrease the weight, it is more important than actually making like larger batteries. So we can replace glass or the shield with plastic. So we know that these windshields need to be broken, be able to be broken. So if we use PC to make these windshields, it'd be too robust and we won't be able to break it when needed. So glass is not as robust. So regulation-wise, all the other part of the vehicle can be made by plastic, but not the windshield. As for replacing steel by plastic, we have these plates, and we have plastic plus lead, and it's lightweight, and it can be used to produce a lot of the parts for the vehicles. And because that previously we have like plastic with lead to actually increase the strength or durability of the entire structure. And I know that some of the industries are researching into the lead-added plastic to actually replace these caps. So because of these steel caps, they are very heavy. So if it's not the supporting structure and you replace this material with plastic, it will definitely reduce the overall weight. So what we want to do is that we want to maintain the overall function but reduce the weight to save up on the energy use or consumption. And for the multi-component injection, we still use the original material, but we change how we foam the entire material, so it will be able to absorb shock, or it would be a better suspension material. Thank you. So I think to replace wood or steel with plastic, a lot of new products uses plastic to replace the original material, especially a steel product. So we have water fountains that are made of stainless steel cases. Now we have ABS cases. And we have these solar panels. They have these metal frames. They have put over reservoirs or the sea. Now they're all replaced by plastic. This is what our company provided. So I do believe we can see that the future trend is to replace these structures with plastic, because we are able to actually produce new products, all these plastic products, to reduce the weight of the overall structure. It is the new trend, and we'll do our best to actually cater to the need of our customers. Thank you. I do believe that when we talk about plastic, recycle is a key issue. And it is lightweight and durable. So when it comes to machinery like vehicles, the manufacturing and production, the process is actually the energy consumption during the manufacturing is 1, but the usage uses 20 times of the energy consumption. So I think when it comes to vehicles, the operation or the running energy consumption is key. So we talk about vehicles, talk about machineries. We should really talk about how to reduce the energy used during usage.
Sorry, what is the question again?
Sorry. I say the new industry.
All right. Okay. I mean, obviously, when you talk about new industries, right? I mean, the two gentlemen were already sharing some nice examples. I mean, what we are then doing as Siemens is, of course, working with them also to see how we are providing the right libraries, for example, in order to make their manufacturing processes easier. However, on the other side, if you talk about some of the new industries, maybe I just touch on 2 points. I mean, the first topic, I think you asked also about electric vehicles, right? I mean, of course, not related really to the plastic industry, but still, I think in the past, I mean, when we two know each other from the past, we were both very active in the machine tool business. And at that time, you remember when there was this big switch from the gasoline cars to the more EV cars, there was also this big change away from the machine tool business, right? And here's where today, we as Siemens, we are also working with a lot of battery manufacturers in order to see how we are helping them produce these batteries, for example, in their manufacturing lines, and also for battery plants, also to have a sustainable battery plant in order to support that. Another topic which we are also working on, or another business we have also, is around these charging stations. So Siemens is also currently supporting this whole topic of electro cars and EVs by also manufacturing charging points, which can be also mounted on the wall. So this is also then going towards this new trend. So this is around the electric cars and around the topic of green energy. I was also mentioning, I think in my speech a little earlier, one big topic right now in Taiwan is renewable energy. So a lot of people are generating their own electricity, and what we are then helping is with our very professional drive systems called power conversion systems, PCS, where we are able to make sure that this energy which is generated from the decentral sources is in a very smooth way being transferred then also back to the grid. That we are then also having our very concrete drive systems. We are having with our SCADA systems, making sure that you're able to have the very good picture of what is happening. And finally, with our communication devices called RuggedCom, where we are also able to make sure that these are high durable switches. So here we are also very heavily involved in this topic of green energy transformation in Taiwan with some of our solutions here.
green energy 哈，我想绿能这一块，我刚刚其实一开始也有。
Yeah, thank you so much to Aditya for touching upon the renewable energy. Yeah, definitely Taiwan is working on green energy, renewable energy a lot in recent years. And also, we see that for the second half, it seems like that the economy has started to slow down a little bit compared with the first half this year. And according to some industry insiders, that a lot of other industries are not doing very well. However, EVs still have a very rosy picture for now. So we have shared some of the development of the new applications and technologies. So I want to go to three of you once again of what you see in this year's Taipei Plus, and also what you have in your booth. Any new technologies, any new solutions, maybe each for 3 minutes that you want to share with our audience. We will start with Ellen. Yes, for FCS, we would like to work on smart machinery and next generation materials, and also circular economy. These are the three themes of Taipei Plus this year, and FCS will also try to echo the three themes of Taipei Plus. So for one part of our booth, we'll try to show the recycled components and also parts. So we're showing some toolkits and also furnitures made by these recycled plastic components that would be much lighter. You know, producing rubber or plastic definitely would produce a lot of carbon print. But if we use recycled rubber or plastic products, it would be a totally different story. So that's what we want to show from our booth this year. And also, we have a new machine on display this year. It's a 24 cavity injection molding machine. That the injection speed is very fast, and the efficiency is top notch. And that's basically for the use of the healthcare industry. So it has to be very, very precise. It has to be very clean. It has to be very energy efficient so that we can live up to the standard of the healthcare industry. And it's also a very smart machine that I have to say, that it can predict what the workload might be so that it can adjust itself accordingly. And the third part of our booth is what I just shared with you, our multi-component injection machines. So if you want to find out more, feel free to pay a visit to our booth. Next, Larry, would you like to share with us some new technologies and also new products from FKI? This time, we don't have any physical equipment or machines on display. We have some large screens. We have videos showing them because these equipments have been sent to Germany. We are just doing so well. We have a lot of orders. I'm sorry about that. So we can only show the equipment or machines in videos. What you can see from the video is a whole new machine from FKI that reserves the energy for up to 50%, and all the waste can be recycled, can be collected and recycled simultaneously. And of course, we also have the monitoring system that will show you all the data in real time. And back in our headquarters, we have a 3-layer, 200 liters machine that is also very energy efficient. It's a 200-liter, it's a very huge machine. But because it's too huge, so still yet to be fully automatic. So it's hybrid, it's in part automatic and in part hydraulic. And so that leaves up some room for improvement. And of course, all the control systems are smart and intelligent. All right, that's it from FKI. I really have to give Larry some props that its machine can use the recycled parts and all the waste to produce the products that their clients want. That's what a quite achievement. And back to Adi.
Exactly what I presented here, right? So I'm very happy that this forum went exactly in the same direction. So the first topic what we are showing is the whole topic around our concept of the virtual world and the real world, because this is what we believe in, right? That we say, first you have the transparency, virtual world. We are helping also our machine builders, their storyline of digitalization, of being more faster to the customer. So we're showing this storyline. Then we move over to the topic around sustainability, where we are showing what is our concept, what is our idea around sustainability, how can we help our customers, and we are even showing some small, very simple hardware which the customers can use in the first step, like this very simple I/O input-output device which I was showing, and some controllers. So this is what the second topic we're showing. And finally, what is the most important, of course, for our plastic customers is, of course, our libraries. So we have some new plastic libraries which is making the programming of the machines for our machine builders, but more importantly also for their customers, more simple. So I would really like to invite all of you to come over to our booth to show you these three topics. And in addition to our booth, we are also cooperating with 2 of our customers nearby our booth, where also then you can see really on our customer machines, our controllers and our drives and motors. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. 那个，我想。
I think for the panel today, for the forum today, sustainable development really is the direction that we all are going for net zero and also circular economy. I think more and more companies are jumping on the bandwagon to achieve this goal, and to achieve this goal, we also have a lot of changes have to be made. So, would you like to share with us, how do we, in this process of achieving this net zero goal, what is it that we can do? What is it that the industry can do? And this is a very important question. So maybe Larry will come as the last speaker to answer this question. And I'll go to Larry first, and then Aditya, and lastly Larry. Your final thoughts on this topic. Ellen? Yeah, sustainability. It's a very broad and very big question, I really have to say. And you definitely have to make your company greener. And of course, you have to live up to your corporate responsibility, your responsibility to the society, to the world. You also have to pay attention to the energy policies proposed by the government. On top of that, I think you still have to go back to your care and the services that you want to provide to your clients, to people, to your consumers. So I think we'll go back to the very basic, this kind of interpersonal interaction between different communities. So it's not just about machines. It's also about people. Whether it's your employees or your clients, you really have to make sure that you make the idea of sustainability across to your employees and also to your clients. It's also about the environment. So, on that part, FCS has spared no efforts in collecting and recycling the wastes in the manufacturing process. In Indonesia, we have a company, a subsidiary focusing on that. So it's not just about machines, it's also about people, it's also about the environment, and also about the future.
That we have to act now. I mean, of course, keep making profits, like Larry also said, but we have to act now on this topic. What is important is, I think, also that each and every company sets themselves also clear goals on where they're going to go on this topic, and also set some sort of direction or vision. I mean, we as Siemens, we have a so-called, we call it degree framework. So we have set ourselves a framework called degree, where each and every letter, D, E, G, R, E, stands for something. So D is decarbonization, E is ethics, G is governance, and so, right? So we talk about ESG. So with that, we as Siemens, we are trying to do our part. Of course, like I mentioned, for the E, for the environment, of course, we are doing some topics ourselves, but this is where also we can support our customers. But for the S and for the G, that we are then internally making sure that we are doing all the right things. We do clean business. We are making sure we are treating our employees fairly. We are treating our customers fairly, our suppliers fairly, and also that how we are governing the company. And finally, the whole topic around ESG has to be a vision which each and every company has to set for themselves and work on it. And I think very important, one of the gentlemen was also mentioning it earlier, it has to really also come from the top, and it has to be driven then through the company, but from the top. Thanks.
Thank you for the
Yeah, thank you so much. All right. Lastly, to wrap up, Larry, you have some concluding thoughts that you want to share with us? I think a lot of what I want to say have been mentioned by Ellen. And also, just like I said in my talk, sustainability, it could be a very difficult task for many people, for many companies. And each and every company is different. What they think about the future and what they have at this point of time is different. So what really matters is what the leaders does, is what the leader sees, is how the leader navigates through this tumultuous era. So you have to make sure that you can make profits, that you can make money while not causing any harm or minimizing the impact to the environment. You want to make sure that your operation is sustainable, that you fulfill your responsibility as the manager, as a leader of the company, that you can make sure that your employees can have a good life. So that definitely is a very big challenge for all these industry leaders. It's very true that we have to pursue sustainable development, that we have to use more green energy. However, that we still have to adjust our pace according to our own situation, right? Because each and every company is different. What we do here in the machinery industry is different from what other people or what other companies do in different industries. So we have to know who we are. We have to come up with our own strategy so that we can survive, so that we can have sustainable operations, so that we can protect this planet. Thank you again. Thank you to Larry for your wise words. I think this is very much for this morning. Thank you once again to our three speakers for their insightful talks. Thank you again, and that's it for the morning. So back to our MC. Thank you again. Thank you to the moderator and the three panel speakers. You may return to your seats right now. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we end the morning session of the forum. And remember, we'll talk more this afternoon. That will start from 1:30 this afternoon, Taiwan time. We'll focus on new generation plastic and rubber materials. We will have 4 talks, and finally, in the afternoon, we'll have another panel to be moderated by ZwickRoell, President of Plastics Industry Development Center. So you are more than welcome to join us again this afternoon. And of course, during the lunch break, you're more than welcome to visit Taipei Plus and ShoeTech Taipei. We also have the online exhibition that will last for 1 month. So if you want to find out more about our latest products, feel free to visit the online exhibition as well. So thank you again for your participation this morning. We'll see you.
您好，我是塑胶中心总经理肖耀贵，非常高兴能够参加2022年由经济部国贸局所举办的塑橡胶产业永续发展论坛。那在这个论坛底下呢，我们有发展2个重要的主轴，一个是近邻未来，另外一个是永续愿景。这2个主轴底下呢，我们主办单位还特别打造一个塑橡胶永续发展的一个 ESG 专区。这个专区呢，就坐落在我们1楼的1号入口以及 Z 区的入口前面的廊道。那我们里面呢，总共精心挑选了18家厂商，30项具备有永续特色的产品跟技术，非常的精彩，期待各位这边来参访。永续发展跟 ESG 已经是目前全球大家共同所周知的一个名词，然而这个永续发展到底是怎么来的？应该怎么做？这个是在1987年，联合国底下的一个环境发展委员会，我们称为叫 WCED 这个单位，他曾经发表一个我们共同未来的报告。在这个报告书里面呢，他对永续发展下了一个定义。他们说，所谓永续发展是既满足当代人的需求，又不危及下一代人满足需求的发展。在这样的定义底下呢，这个 WCED 希望呢能够推动这样的一个这个活动，所以他在这样的一个永续发展底下呢，又进一步的诠释永续发展的3要素以及17个永续发展的目标。那其中3个要素呢，就是我们今天ESG 主题的3个字，那也就是说，他希望公司在追求他的公司治理的时候呢，不能单独只要求他的经济成长，必须要兼顾1我们所谓的环境保护，以及 S 所谓的社会进步，所以这样呢才能够体现一个企业的完整的价值，也能够呢尽一个社会的一个地球的一个公民，让我们企业能够永续经营。我们这个 ESG 专区里面，我们特别有一个小型的永续材质图书馆。那这个图书馆主要的用意呢，希望建构一个教育以及媒合的一个机制。那这个图书馆呢，在我们台中塑胶中心已经累积有将近1000种不同的永续材质。永续材质里面呢，包含从农业废弃物，包括海洋废弃物，包括工业废弃物。那在这边呢，每一种废弃物呢，上面都分门别类，而且有 QR code， 只要你扫进去呢，就可以知道这个废弃物的来源，甚至于这个废弃物的这个种类，甚至于它的加工，甚至于它的供应商在哪里。所以在这边呢，不但可以学到永续材质的一个知识，同时也可以促成永续供应链的媒合。因为台湾有很多希望开发永续产品的厂商，不知道哪里可以找到适合它的永续材质，所以这边我们有非常完整的资讯跟媒合的机制在这边。举例而言，像我们这边有展示的海洋废弃物，就是渔网。那渔网以前呢都是海抛，所以造成海洋生物的一些浩劫。那现在呢，我们鼓励呢大家把渔网带回来岸上，我们透过我们的永续材质的加工方法呢，可以做成各种不同渔网再制的产品。比如说我们现在现场有永续的这个运动的太阳眼镜，那这就是一个海绘的一个产品，所以我们希望呢，透过这样的一个链接，我们的永续的材料以及永续的供应商跟永续的产品的开发者，能够大家密切的结合在一起。永续发展需要大家一起来努力，所以我们希望大家来我们 ESG 专区参访的时候呢，在我们这棵永续树下呢，许下你的承诺，我们大家一起来为未来的永续生活做一份贡献。那最后呢，诚挚的邀请大家来参访我们这个精心打造的 ESG 专区。您好，我是塑胶中心总经理肖耀贵。
各位现场的贵宾朋友，午安！还有我们线上的所有正在观看直播。
Good afternoon, and our guests on the internet. I'm the MC today. Welcome to the afternoon session. Today's forum will talk about the sustainability vision, new generation plastic and rubber material. There will be 4 speakers in the afternoon session. Taipei Plus is again opened after 4 years. We have attracted suppliers from 20 countries and 2,000 international buyers. Through this forum, we'll be able to show the world the Taiwanese companies have great potential in the plastic industry. A lot of our guests have registered online and they are here on site with us. Please scan the QR code with your cell phone. And if you have any questions to ask, please ask online and we will collect the questions later. We have 4 speakers this afternoon, and ask your questions on Slido. The moderator will ask the questions for you later. Net zero emission is the key trend, and Taiwan government also announced the 2050 goal for net zero emission. The companies that has capital more than 100 million will be censored for the carbon footprint, and it is the key indicator for businesses in the future. So we will target the challenges the companies will meet in the future this afternoon. So when we talk about the petroleum chemical industry and net zero emission, we have to definitely talk about the BASF Taiwan. They are the first petroleum chemical company that listed the reduction of carbon emission as the key indicator. We're going to ask Gavin Chuang to share his insight with us. Let's welcome Gavin. So, Gavin will be talking about the circular economy from material perspective and sustainable vision. You know, BASF is all about gender equality. They have 30% of the higher end officials that are female. So, good afternoon. I see a lot of professionals within the industry here. So today, I'll be talking in 3 parts. One is what BASF has to say about sustainability. And then I'll give you some cases. A lot of the cases did not happen here or on this island. It is cases overseas because sustainability is an ongoing project or issue. And the third part, I will give you a conclusion as to the sustainable vision and how can we create a win-win situation, protecting the environment whilst making profit. And we have to understand that sustainability is something that it must be incorporated into our life, and we must reduce the carbon footprint. And BASF, we have over 100 employees, and we usually focus on material, and we have like 200 employees. And we have more and more female employees, but due to the difficult environment, the factories requires a lot of effort that may be more exhaustive for females. So we are looking into how to improve the environment for gender equality and how to protect the environment overall as well. So some of the guests you can see on the desk. We have the ETBU foam material. You can see here, it's on the booth where sneakers. You can see a little ball, a little foam ball. If you don't have it, you can also get a sample from our booth. Another small sample is also a foam TPU. It is in the form of shoelaces, because TPU is very flexible, and so it can be used to tie things up. So if you go mountain climbing and you want to tie your shoelaces tightly, then it is great to use this material. And TPU can be molded with high temperature, and it can be recycled and reused very easily. So these are the little samples. I know that you might be tired in the afternoon after lunch. It's good to see you all here. You look energized. That's good. Okay, I know this may be quite general to you, but this is definitely our philosophy, our purpose. This is embedded into our DNA. This is what we see as sustainability, because we're constantly thinking about this. Some of the content are taken from the annual report of BASF. I'm not going to talk too much or get too much into the details, because you can definitely download the annual report of BASF online, and you will be able to obtain a lot of information, because everything is transparent with BASF. We fully disclose what we're doing in our annual report. So when we have the direction set, we will have a goal. So 2050, we have a net zero CO2 emission. 2030, we want to reduce our carbon emission by 25%. That's compared to 2018. It does not mean that BASF started doing this from 2018. We have started far before 2018. But we talked about energy saving, reducing weight in every link. So just like all the companies in Taiwan, BASF is also doing this. It's just that for this ESG or CSR, whatever the name you call it, what we do is what we've always been doing, is protecting the environment by reducing waste. So we have a direction which is reducing CO2 emission. So how can we achieve the goal? How can we move to circular economy? Okay, I'm not going to talk about these terminology because you're all very familiar with these terms. But when we talk about the client end, the clients, they have the demand. Many clients today, well, like 5 or 6 years ago when we are proposing biophase, but due to COVID-19, a lot of the clients started using these materials, and they realized that these materials are actually not so different from the original material, traditional material that we've been using. So a lot of them are gravitating towards these more environmentally friendly material, and the consumers, they're willing to pay a little bit more for these material. Nobody wants to buy expensive products, but to protect the environment, they are willing to take part in the protection process. And I do believe that the demand for these environmentally friendly material will only increase, not decrease. So in the UN, they have a Green Deal, and They have a timeline, they have a blueprint. Everything is clear with targets and milestones. And Taiwan is trying to catch up. And because, every country has their different limitations and requirements, and we hope that we will be able to work with companies locally. We may not be able to simply duplicate the success overseas in Taiwan, but we'll try to localize what we do. And of course, on our annual report, a lot of companies talk about revenue or profit. The BASF, we have been trying to complete our goals, and our sales team, within the KPI we have our product categories, and we are very unanimous as in what we do as a company. So we have about 200 employees in Taiwan, and we are in these 4 categories in automobiles. The other is in architecture, and then we have these consumer products. Presently, our main demand is from these consumer products because it applies directly to the consumers. And the second is the automobile industry. We talk about electric vehicles, EV, a lot because it's about clean energy, renewable energy, and it's definitely energy saving solution as to its petroleum cousins. And then we have some peasant house. There are green buildings. So with the architectures, when we talk about building these green buildings, it's about using the temperature differences to create a comfortable environment. So these applications are critical or in more extreme environment. So we definitely need a longer period to validate the quality and performance of these materials. However, in machinery, it's also gravitating towards these new materials. So industries and the machinery industry, like connectors or cables, are all using these kind of materials.
And now let's have a look at the circular economy programs of BASF. We want to double our circular sales to reach 17 billion EUs by 2030. Like how much a recycled feedstock that you can transfer and turn into real uses. Yeah, but BASF is a transnational big company, so you have a lot of offices and also branches in the world. So you probably would want to make your goal as simple as possible so that everyone can be on the same page. Okay, we also have to make all the information transparent enough so that everyone can understand the concept. So we know, so from cradle to gate, product carbon footprints for BASF's portfolio are actually available based on process emissions, energy demand, and upstream emissions. We can trace back the history and also carbon footprints of 45,000 products of BASF. We can anytime go back to these data. But I have to say, it's still rather difficult for us to have a very good management. At this stage. So how do we connect scope 3, scope 1, and scope through these different stakeholders? How do we make sure that everybody is on the same page? That how do we launch the KPI for people in different sectors? That really is the key. So to do that, our company has started a special task force. It was smaller to begin with, but we have expanded the scale of the team. That we really have to come up with a upgraded mechanism, and we have to bring in more people to do this. So that this area wouldn't go unnoticed by a lot of people. So there are a lot of adjustments and also considerations to be taken to in this process. Okay. That's how my company is doing the management of carbon emissions. Next, I will give you some real-life examples so that you can have a better understanding. The first step is to reduce the weight. That's also easier for you to do, which is to replace metal with plastic. So on this slide that you can see that originally, if you make all these components with steels, then definitely they will be heavier. But also because with higher density, they are heavier. But now we have developed new plastic materials. We can use these plastic components to make these products that can come to the same effect. So, such as the office chairs, the sponge within the chair that can be recycled. So, it's one example. From the very early stage of product design, you really have to incorporate this reduction concept into it. And of course, BASF knows very well about the usage of polymers, and also CAE and CAD. We've been doing that for a very long time, and we are also working with our partners to give our clients more sophisticated services so that they can accomplish more robust or stronger, more durable products. And of course, to do that, you have to go through a very long validation process. It takes time, it takes efforts, it takes money. And having this validation process, it's very critical if you have clients in the automobile industry. So maybe you can consider reducing the weight first. That will be a very good first step for you to reduce energy consumption. And the second one is renewables. I think you could try to think about it from a new angle. You can try to produce your components with biomass materials. you see the ingredient for TPU and also TPV. You have various types of polyols. I'll give you some more details later in my talk. And on the right, we are actually taking a biomass balance approach. So you don't have to rely on a single renewable energy source. You can actually diversify the uses of renewable energy, because depending on one single energy source what comes with a lot of risks, such as the Russia-Ukraine war. It's bringing a lot of challenges to some of the countries that are only depending on one source of energy. And this next one here, yeah, on the grains and oils and fats here, probably you feel like you have never seen these products, but some of our audiences said that, yeah, Taiwan, and we also can see these plants and also produce. And if you want to use these renewable raw materials, we already have some certificates, some NGOs and also organizations that will issue certificates for RRMs. So you can also extract RRMs from sugar canes or also from wood. There will be more, I guarantee you. We'll have some more RRMs in the future. So with the RRMs, I can share with you some cases. For this one, Ultimate Balance, you can use up to 63% of castor oil. That will cut the carbon emissions by a huge extent. And also bio-based elastolin, mainly the building blocks are derived from sugar. And the bio-based carbon content, according to ASTM 6866, up to 57%. And sometimes it would due to the season, you would due to the climate changes, and also changes in seasons. Probably the source of RRM sometimes wouldn't be so stable. So here I would like to give you some more details about our biomass balance approach. It can be compared to green electricity. You're actually collecting the electricity. Like in Taiwan, we have the Taiwan Power Company that is taking all the electricity and then feed the power to the households and also factories. And in this process, you can calculate like how much is from the RRMs and also how much is from the green electricity. And once again, we have institutes giving certificates and also doing evaluation for that. And some more cases here, biomass balanced products. And these are some of the products that are already applied in the market. It's used in the construction industry, like the sandwich panels. Okay, I just mentioned the sources of your materials. Next, I'm just thinking maybe we can take one step forward. You can extend the use phase. You can make your materials more durable. You can prolongate the life cycles of your materials. Let's say if you go to the beach collecting garbage, you will see those disposable plastic products. And those are definitely not eco-friendly products. So as consumers, we can try to make choices that are good for the environment. So with longer fibers, we can have some updates and also upgrades of our materials. Like this one is used in the world's first reusable plastic spin-on oil filter module for cars. And the one on the bottom is the PU coating, which improves the resistance and durability of the pallets. And lastly, I would like to touch upon recycling. Mechanical recycling, I believe that we all been doing that for a very long time in the industry. And in these 2 or 3 years, what we have been doing at BASF is chemical recycling. But it still have some limitations of what you can do. It has something to do with your drying atmosphere, with your situation. So we're also thinking about how to explore the possibility of chemical cycling. Okay, let me firstly go through chemical recycling with you. Basically, it means that your product can be recycled in the life cycle, but not to abandon or throw away or destroy your product in the process. Let me give you an example here. This is a carpet. The feedstock for carpets, the source is very stable because in the US market there is a very steady need for carpets. So that's why we think that we can try to recycle nylon 6 and 6.6 resins to make post-consumer recycled PCR carpets. And we can produce that in a great amount. And this is another example of mechanical recycling. This is a sportswear, the sports shoes from Adidas. And one of the materials is actually the sample that I just mentioned. You can put it into the shredder. You can break it apart. And then you collect the materials once again. And this is once again that you have to start from the very early stage of product design. And we're still trying to scale up chemical recycling. And we have done some successful cases with our chemical cycling. Some of the recycled materials could be the feedstock and then used for making of other products. And you see that we can use this chemical cycling process to convert the plastic waste into pyrolysis oil through a thermochemical process. So this is a complete ecosystem that you see on this slide. This is an integrated system here. And you can keep this entire value chain going.
只是在强调刚刚我。
Now this is a complete solution. This is a fossil-based grade feedstock because of the chemical structure are similar. So we still need a few years to actually promote this material. The cases we have now are all in Europe. Now that's 2018. We use chem cycling to turn it to nylon. So we can see this bumper to strengthen the bumper. That's the 2018 case, the use of this new feedstock. Okay, I'll speed up. I know I only have 3 minutes left. So I've talked a lot in this aspect. So what I would want to say is that you can see that if it's not a factory that's distributed in different regions, if we normalize it into one carbon emission entity, we can see that the OPEX needs to save up on energy or electricity. That's what we are doing right now by upgrading the factories. But if we use Tsai technology, we can reduce like 50%. If we compare to our own factories, we will reduce 25% of the overall consumption. If we compare to the other companies, that's like 60% less. So this is just a general concept of the carbon emission goals that we are trying to achieve. So we're trying to harmonize, and there are differences in the way they calculate or perform carbon reduction. So this is a CO2 statistic or analysis by a third-party company, and we will be able to see these kind of information later on the news. So in conclusion, whether from the regulative perspective, we talk about circular economy or continue to use the product after maintenance, but the procurement of the feedstock is relatively important or critical to the overall reduction of the carbon footprint. There are still many challenges on the way. We need to collaborate, find new partners, not just between companies. We can also work with local companies and become partners with them. Of course, also become partners with our consumers. So in Taiwan, we do consider ourselves a local company because we've been operating here for so long. We are not a foreign business, to be exact, and we have participated in many of the associations and committees. We're trying to contribute and give back to the environment. Thank you. Please give Gavin Chang a big round of applause. Thank you for him talking about BASF's milestones in carbon reduction. So they go from OPOS to mechanical recycling. Director Chuang also told us about how do we recycle these waste to reusable material. So this is definitely the key focus of Taipei Plus this year as well. So thank you, Director Zhuang, for his great insight. And now we're going to ask Max Tsai, Assistant Vice President of Performance Composite EPP LCY Chemical Corp. He's going to talk about PCMA innovation and circular economy, talk about outside in and inside out to connect the markets. So today, Max will talk about the innovation and circulation of materials. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Ministry of Economy to invite me here to share my insight on the topic. Of course, I know that. Can I take my face mask off? Okay, thank you. So thank you for taking your time to be here. It's a relief to take my face mask off. I could hardly breathe. Now, thank you for being here and talk about carbon reduction and circular economy with LCY. I will be talking in 3 parts. Number 1 is I would like to talk about what we have done at LCY. And second, I would like to introduce some of the cases of LCY like PCR. And we have a new PVV material. Of course, we'll have also biomaterials. So these are the 3 basic feedstocks I'm going to talk about today. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to start right now. But before I go into my talk today, when we talk about energy saving and carbon reduction, it is mostly because that climate change has been affecting our lives and our world. You see on the news that the sea is elevating and we have wildfires and we have floods. This is happening today. It's undeniable. So global warming is definitely a key issue that we should focus on. And since it's already affecting our lives and the temperature is rising year by year, we must tackle these challenges and issues. Mostly people believe that climate change is caused by the emission of CO2. Some do disagree, but there is mostly people do think that CO2 is the main cause. So what we can do today is to reduce the emission of CO2 in the future. This is net zero emission because the temperature rises due to the over emission of CO2, which is why we must reduce the CO2 emission. So we have a very clear timeline. So Taiwan, EU, and all the other over 100 countries wants to achieve net zero emission before 2050. So there are many things that we need to accomplish before this time, and we must make a lot of decisions. So net zero emission is definitely something that we must put a lot of effort into. As for LCY, what is our philosophy? Before talking about this, I want to first talk about Ellen MacArthur Foundation's butterfly chart. I would like to share this chart with you and talk about circular economy and what it is. This may make you understand circular economy better. So the main idea of circular economy is that we must first think about our manufacturing and consuming behavior. So we have a resource and we use this resource to produce something, and then we use this product and then we throw this product away. So the resources will be depleted over time. So what we do is that this linear thinking must be adjusted or changed. So within this butterfly chart, you can see this is the present linear thinking in manufacturing, use, and throwing away, removal of this product. But for the butterfly chart is that we can actually recycle these products for reuse so that we can reduce the overall waste. So this cycle is for reuse, remake, reuse, recycle. That's the circular thinking. So this is what we recycle, what we already have. But what can we do? Aside from this, we have biological cycle. This is for the nature side. So we have a plant and we eat this plant and then it will go back to nature. This is a renewable cycle. Just like what Gavin said, but renewable is a basic concept for circular economy. So it is definitely a very awesome butterfly chart because it gives a clear indication as to how things can be recycled and reused. So we have renewable products that can go into the circular process. So I will be introducing our biomaterials and the relation of it to this butterfly chart. So what we do right now, we must reduce the use of new plastics. So I propose this Ellen MacArthur's butterfly diagram because LCY is also adhering to this chart. We want to pave our path to the green future by 6R strategy. And as we can see on this slide, we have 6R. They are renewable, recover, repurpose, recycle, replace, and reduce. This is our strategy for sustainability at LCY. I will introduce these 6Rs in more detail later. So we have bio-based, renewable, succinic acid. It is a biomaterial. And recovery is that how can we recycle these wastewater? Repurpose is that we have some residual or waste that can be used as energy for further consumption. And replace, we have solar energy. Reduce, we have TPV. It is an energy-saving product.
So these are the 6Rs from LCY that really echoes what Ellen MacArthur just said, the butterfly chart. So I think it'd be good for us to share with you the 6 R's from LCY. So it's very important to have the 6 R's, but how do we make the 6 R's possible? Science, innovation is very important for LCY, whether for a medicine company or for a chemical company like LCY. We have to put the 3 circles together so that we can achieve sustainable development. I just said that we are spending a lot of efforts in recycling, in manufacturing. We have worked with TSMC for a recycling project that actually helps TSMC saves a lot of waste in this process, and I would definitely give you more details on that. Yeah, so this is what LCY has been doing. Those are some of our principles and also beliefs. I'll give you some more details about PCR and also TPV and also biomaterials. Yeah, this is just a big picture of what LCY is all about our urge to pursue sustainable development. Am I going too fast, or the pace is okay with you guys? Just let me know. If no, I would just keep going. Okay, a circular economy. I think it's very important. It's the core of your action to reduce energy use and also carbon emissions. And what's even more important is that you want these materials to be recycled and to be reused so that it becomes a circular economy and also system. Like PCR, that's what I want to say. From a long time ago, we've been doing recycling for a long time, right? Like plastic materials, mostly we are doing the recycling to reduce our costs. We are adding some of the recycled materials into the materials that we have. But now it's a totally different concept. Due to the demand of the market and also the trend of circular economy, recycling has taken the center stage in recent years. So how do we make the best use of recycled materials? For some brand owners, they would suggest you to use recycled materials. But now, you can see some specific rules and also standards for recycled materials, like the one in the EU, like in the US, like saying that you have to contain at least 25% or 20% of recycled plastic by 2025, and even more in 2030. For LCY, I'll break it into PIR and also PCR. What's the difference between the two? Gavin just mentioned some parts of it. For PIR, it would be the waste from the factories. For the recycled waste from the factories, there would be included in PIR. For PCR, it's mostly that you collect and also recycle the wastes from the consumer end, from the consumer side. So when we want to talk about recycled materials, we can look at it from two areas, PIR and also PCR. But today, we're going to focus on PCR. From the production to consumption, we have a very comprehensive supply chain. We have different stakeholders in this supply chain. I think we can categorize the stakeholders into four here. One of the most important one in the four is the brand owner. They will be taking a leading role in pushing forward PCR. Of course, you have the brand owner who initiates the action. You also have to have the collector who is collecting all these materials, all these waste. Yeah, and we can also see a lot of different types of collection systems in the world. Like you have the collector's websites, or even Carrefour. These mega shops, they also have their collection department. And collector is also playing a very important role in this process. And after collecting the waste, you have to do the recycling. You have to clean the waste. You have to clean these materials so that you can turn them into recyclable materials. And the fourth one is material solution provider. For example, LCY ourselves is the material solution provider. Just like we said that we have mechanical recycling, you can use the PCR that you can reprocess the PCR. Another one is the high temperature you're breaking the particles of the materials and you turn it into a different type of recycled material. But the conventional way is to put the new ones, recycled materials, into the old ones. Okay, so these are the four stakeholders in this supply chain of PCR. And LCY is the material solution provider. And this is what we do. We have to work with the collector, recycler, so that we can have the materials. After recycler cleans and also process the materials from the collectors, and then the recyclers will send these materials to LCY. So after that, we can actually produce and turn these materials into products that our customers need. So you can see the position of LCY in this PCR supply chain here. So it takes a long process, and PCR, you also need certificates for that. So for LCY, we already have the GRS certificates and also TUV certificates. We're getting there. So maybe next season we can get the TUV as well. After having the certificates, then we can having different types of PCRs for different types of products. So this is just to give you an idea. I'm not going to details in this charts. These are some PCR PP grades. You can have a look. And this is one of the PCR material, 732R5. It contains 50% PCR. Yeah, you see that the color will be a bit darker. It won't be like a whole new material. So the color wise, it will be a bit darker. And you can see the charts on the right. You see the blue line for the PCR and the orange line for the virgin impact PP. So you can see some of the differences here, just to give you an idea of what PCR looks like. You can never have PCR that's totally like a whole new material. That's not possible. But we do try our best to make this PCR very usable for our customers. So for recycling, especially for PCR, we usually say that we have to have a loop. So for that, I can share with you a case study. So it starts from the brand owner. After the life cycle ends, this product will be collected by the collector and also cleaned and processed by the recycler, and then be sent to LCY. And then, according to the needs of end user B, that we can process this material. So we can process this material and assemble this material and then send the end product to end user B. So after this material, after this product sent to end user B also comes to the end of its life cycle, it can go back to the collector and also recycler, and then back to LCY again. So this is a loop that you can see on this slide. So after PCR, next I would like to talk about TPV. It's actually a combination of rubber and also plastic. And what we do here at LCY is dynamic cross-linking. We are combining a part of rubber and also a part of plastic to make TPV. And also to give you an idea of how thermoset rubbers and also thermoplastic elastomers are doing. And you see the position of TPV for both products. And definitely the purpose is to replace rubber with TPV. TPV is not a difficult concept for you to understand. We're actually using TPVM, and we separate TPVM into the TP. And it can be done with plastic processing procedure. So what do you do with TPV? You see a lot of different ways of using rubber. You can mix, you can shape, you can vulcanized rubber. For TPV, you can also shape and also recycle, and you can mix. There are a variety of ways that you can utilize TPV, and by using TPV compared with the use of rubber, you can cut the carbon emissions by about 30%.
And this is the application of TPV. Can be used in these different kind of products. We now have TPV series. We can actually recycle the material, not just TPU. We have like research into the soles of the shoes, or we can use the same material to make the sole and the upper part of the shoe. Now we have these testing, and we have processed these material 4 times, and we can see that there's a 10% difference in the physical property. So it's a great TPV material. Now we have version TPV. We also have recycled TPV. We have a PCR TPV. It contains at least 20% of PCR. Next, to talk about the biomaterials. Now, biomaterial is definitely an emerging market. We can see that it has a great increase. It's increasing rapidly. The market is expanding. It shows significant growth. Now, bio-based, non-degradable, and biodegradable, we have 2 categories. So basically, they are all bioplastics. They are all growing significantly, whether it's biodegradable or non-degradable. Now, when we talk about bio, one is biodegradable material, one is non-biodegradable plastics. Biodegradable is PLA, PHA, TPS. These are biodegradable. Now we have petrol-based biodegradable like PBAT and PBS. Now we have bio-non-degradable like PP, PE. It's petrol-based. But basically, it's like it falls within these 4 categories. Now, the existing materials, we work with our suppliers. They have thermoplastic starch, TPS, and our polypropylene. Then we have this TPS blend that belongs to LCY. It is biodegradable. It's like 10% biodegradable and like 90% or 70% non-biodegradable. So it's a blend depending on the need of the customers. We have different ratios to create different kind of blends. So these mechanical properties is like as showed in this chart. See, this is 100%. The red one is at 20%. The red one is 25% of biodegradable material. The blue ones are 10% biodegradable material. So the biggest difference is that the material turns the color yellow more. Last one, LCY is that biosuccinic acid. This is one of the acid that can be used for fermentation. It can be applied to many different areas. It is one of the ingredients for PBS. Now, mostly PBS comes from petroleum, but later, if we succeeded in making these new kind of PBS, it would become renewable raw material. But it also depends on the demand of the customers and what they need. So it's traditionally more petroleum based, but in the future it can become biodegradable material. Just like I've mentioned before, we have a 6R strategy in circular economy and green energy, and hopefully we will contribute to net zero emission and a circular economy. I do believe that through the process and the innovation on the manufacturing procedures and our modernized innovation strategies, we will be able to give back to Mother Earth and create a better environment. Okay, I do not have a lot of time left. If you have any questions, please scan the QR code and post your questions online or contact us. We have staffs on site today. If you have any question, you can also ask them. We'll be happy to oblige. And this is my talk for the day. Thank you. Thank you. Max Tsai, and we have staffs from LCY in the back. Welcome as well. So if you have any questions, please just scan the QR code and they'll be happy to answer the questions. Please scan the QR code and we will answer the questions during panel discussion. Okay. We will have more professionals in the plastic and rubber industry. And we have Larry Wei. He's also here to listen to the talks and take part in the session. And you're welcome to post your questions online. We'll be answering them later. Now next, let's ask Gordon Chang, Senior Vice President from FENC Polyester Business. So FENC has the world's first environmentally friendly fabric. It is the leading textile company and won the award for sustainability innovation. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. She told, our chairman received the award last week. So today I'm going to talk about the material science innovation for a sustainable future. Sorry. I want to talk about FENC. We have production, and we have assets, marketing, and we have production. So production is the main department of the company, and we have three main directions. One is go green, So FENC used to be a textile company. It is a one-stop company. We go from the petroleum material, and then we have the making of garments and sales. And we also make bottles or plastic sheets. So when it comes to carbon reduction and energy saving, we have a few products that is highly related to these goals. So we are the first in recycled filament. We also are the top first in recycled ocean polyester. And we're also the world's second in recycled PET. So if you go from bottle to bottle, so FENC is world first in the category. So I want to introduce polyester briefly first. Carbon reduction and net zero emission is growing in popularity. So what is FENC going to do? And what have we accomplished? So during the spread of COVID-19 or the war between Ukraine and Russia, this is what concerns people most. A lot of people don't like plastics. When they think of plastic, they think of the plastic straws in swallowed by sea turtles. They think about BPA in plastics, or talk about the ocean plastics that will be more than the population of fish in 2050. But in fact, plastic has contributed to the improvement of the human life and general well-being, like face mask or protection masks or protective clothing or the testing sets. They are all made of plastic. So we are highly connected to the use of plastic in our daily lives, like straws. So we have straws that are biodegradable. When we talk about plasticizer or PBA, we have a lot of plastics that are BPA and plasticizer free. As for ocean plastic, FENC has been recycling ocean plastic rigorously. And we have a nylon 6 fishing net, also recyclable. So I think it's actually not a problem if we can recycle these products strictly. So let's talk about the recycling. PET is number 1. I don't know why it got the number 1, but the number 1 is assigned to PET. So the number 2 is assigned BPPS and others. Now PET, it is 100% recyclable. When we talk about B2B, from bottle to bottle, is that we clean the bottles and then we process it again, and it's also made into other 100% PET products. Now closed loop recycling, and it is very free.
Next, I would like to talk about the role of polyester in our pursuit of net zero emissions. Talking about sustainability, net zero, these are two very important things, carbon neutral and also circular economy, and that's also what a lot of countries in the world are working on. You see on the first half of this slide, you can see what each and different country and also regions has been doing and their net zero goals. And down there are what some of the biggest companies in the world are doing. Just to give you an idea, their timelines of net zero. For example, Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they are our big clients. Adidas and PG, they are the clients of our fiber department. Of course, if they want to do this as a part of the supply chain, that means we'll have to do it too. The emissions of plastics. It's about 1.8 gigaton, which accounts less than 4% of the total emissions in the world. I think mostly it's from the livestock industry. It accounts for 15% because you have a lot of CO2 emissions from the cattle, from the poultry. So please bear in mind that the plastic industry is not for you to blame for everything that's happening in the world right now. It's not to say that you should use plastic more. I'm just telling you that the emissions of plastics are not as high as you think. But I do want you to think about the consequences before you do something. And everything that you do will come with a consequence. You see, for conversion and also raise and production of plastics, it doesn't really create that much carbon emissions. And our ancestors were very smart in excavating coals and also oils hidden deep down under the ground. But in recent years, we see that the carbon emissions are wreaking havoc to the planet that we live in. How do we deal with that? I think we should take a more proactive action to address the issue. One of the solutions is to use PET more. Why would I say that? I'll give you more details later. You see, this is a comparison between a PET and also glass and also some other materials. You see that the use of raw materials for PET is only 30% of the glass, and also 15% of other sectors. So PET could be very safe, could be very light, could be very eco-friendly. It could be used for apparels, like a kilo of apparel. If it's made by wool, the carbon print is 32 kilos. If it's made by PET, it's only 2 kilograms. You see the difference? PET is such a good material, I have to say. And these are the recycling rates for some of the commonly used plastics. Mostly we see the highest recycling rates for PE and also PET, especially for PET. It's as high as 21%. But it's mostly concentrated in the packaging sector. However, the packaging sector only accounts for a third of the total PET usage in the world. So that's what we can still work on in the future. And this is the comparison of recycling rates of PET and also other materials. For glass, it's about 46%. And for PET, in Taiwan, in Germany, in Japan, it's more than 90%. It's very high. But globally, it's less than 60%. Who's dragging everybody down? That's USA, I have to say. The recycling rates of PET in the US is less than 30%. The US really has a lot to catch up. And our company is setting up recycling stations and expand the reaches also in the US to elevate the recycling rate. And this is the carbon footprint and carbon emissions of different materials of bottles. So there you can see the PET is very low in carbon emission and also energy consumption. And on the right, that you see the PET CSD bottle is usually used for soft drinks because it's heavier. So the energy consumption would be higher. So for the sake of our own health and also for the planet, please drink more water instead of soft drinks and also soda drinks. And this is yet another one, a comparison of footprints of PET, water bottle, and also a beef hamburger. The carbon footprint created by eating a beef hamburger equals to 120 PET water bottles. If you're on a flight from Taiwan to Paris, the footprint equals 29,200 PET water bottles. So you take a single trip flight to Paris, the carbon footprint is enough for you to drink water for 20 years. This is not to say eating hamburgers or taking an airplane is a big no-no, but just you have to think about the consequences even more. And we see a lot of countries and some different regions, they are having rules for PCR in their PET products. Like the UK has made it clear that you have to at least contain 30% of PCR in your PET products. And Apple, Coca-Cola, IKEA, Nike, many brands are also promoting the use of PCR. But how do you have enough PCR? To have PCR from bottles is not enough. So it has become a shared task and challenge for us, polyester companies. We hope to extract and make more PCR from fibers so that we can make it from fiber to fiber in the future, from textile to textile in the future. Next, I would like to give you some ideas of FENC's innovation for sustainable polyesters. Yeah, these are three very important principles of FENC, like reduce. We reduce the weight of bottle, and we speed up reheat pallets, and dope dye can be used for energy and also water. Replace, we're using chemical material waste and turn it into biopolyester. And recycle, we are using the recycled materials to make PCR bottles, from bottle to fiber. And this is another one from FENC. And also because of this slide, FENC has had a lot of exposure in the media. From 1988, we have launched different kinds of recycling stations. We have started recycling very early on. So from land, from sea, we're working with our partners to convert ocean plastic into high value added products. And from air, we recycle waste gas. We capture waste gas to make PET, to make clothes. I'll give you some more details later. And this is another slide that makes me feel very proud as a part of FENC. These are some of the milestones of FENC. And from B2B, bottle to bottle B2B really is the focus of FENC right now. We're having it. PET is actually from a petroleum in the very beginning, and the carbon emission is 2.83 kilogram. But if you do it from B2B, you can cut it into just 1 kilogram. It's a 63% reduction. So it really is a very good material. So doing B2B, bottle to bottle, there are a lot of things that you have to take into consideration, but FENC has been doing it for decades. We used to export a lot of B2B materials to other countries in the world, but Taiwan has also sped up its local regulations. So very soon, we can also supply our B2B materials to Taiwanese companies. So we pay a lot of attention to the quality of our B2B products. How do you make sure that your recycled materials could be used to contain food or other products? So how do you decontaminate the materials is very important. And you also have to adjust the portion of particles in different kinds of products. And if it's for food product, maybe challenge test is not so important. But for other products, challenge test is very, very critical.
还可以申请 FDA 啊，申请欧洲的 EFSA。
You must pass the challenge test to get an FDA approval. Now, FENC is devoted to FENC. We've worked with Nike at World Cup. We use top ring fiber. We produce top ring fiber jerseys for World Cup. Of course, we sell the textile to these brands. So if you like FENC top green clothing, you can buy it at FENC. Every year we will have a FENC marathon, and we have these. Then we will definitely have a marathon T-shirt available for you if you like our top green T-shirts. So we also worked with Aditya and Parley to recycle ocean plastics and make them into sneakers. We also work with Ocean Affairs Council and Environmental Protection Ministry to recycle ocean plastics and make them into clothing. So this is definitely a long story. This is the article published at the end of last year. We devoted a lot of time and effort into recycling many waste material and made it into the world first waste gas clothing. So creativity is just connecting things. It's about creativity is not making new things, but is making new connections. This is what FENC is doing. We are a leader in our own industry, but we want to also integrate upstream and downstream companies and suppliers to optimize our entire process. When it comes to recycle and closed loop, we talk about bottle to bottle. We have a very mature process already. But when we make bottle into clothing, but we have not finished this cycle yet. So we are still developing this closed loop to make bottle to clothing. And we have physical recycling and chemical recycling. We have also these two paths. For the physical recycling, for the fiber recycling, we can it's already commercialized, because the fiber we have right now is of multicolored and multi-texture and material. So it is kind of requires a very high-end technology to recycle these textile. When it comes to chemical recycling, FENC has been devoting its time and effort in this recycling process as well, and we are definitely trying to solve the challenges along the way. So this is the pathway of PET recycling in detail. So we talk about the chemical recycling of PET. A lot of the companies are trying to create a solution. So a lot of the emerging companies are doing commercial recycling of PET, and they're offering new solutions. There are so many different kind of approaches. However, there are no one most effective and economic approach for PET chemical recycling. If you can solve this problem, you can definitely win a Nobel for yourself. Now, we have been doing the chemical recycling. We've worked with Coca-Cola. We have a chemical recycling project in Japan. We use plastic bottles because plastic bottles are just PET and they're transparent. So it is easier to recycle these PET plastic bottles and make them into new products. However, physical recycling is actually enough for PET bottle recycling. So there's actually no way of saying that why should we use chemical recycling for these PET bottles. We also work with Unigroup for the recycling as well. So FENC is definitely devoted to carbon reduction and sustainability, and we have been trying our best to find new solutions. So if you want to try to save up on the energy consumption, carbon reduction, you definitely should use more PET material, and we are the best in the area. Thank you. Thank you. And you talked about, Gordon talked about the T-shirt. So we FENC Marathon, the 13th edition, is on the 29th of October in Hsinchu County. If you would like to participate and get your own T-shirt, you're welcome to run the marathon there at Hsinchu County. Okay, you're welcome to participate in the run. It is a great T-shirt and of course a great activity. Now we're going to the fourth speech. Our speaker is from Singapore. Let's welcome Pan Dongsheng. He's the branch manager, Taiwan branch of ZwickRoell. This is our last speech of the day. He would be talking about ZwickRoell, his production of carbon products and tubes, and in materials for aerospace, for automobiles, provide services in all these areas. Please scan the QR code and post your questions, because after this fourth speech, we will be going into our panel discussion. And your questions will be handed to our moderators and answered by our panelists. Thank you for staying. You know, I've been closed up in Singapore for 2 years now. This is my first time going abroad within 2 years. So coming to Taiwan is a great pleasure for me. So I am very interested in the PET T-shirt because every year ZwickRoell, we have a ZwickRoell around the world activity. It is also a marathon. We have 180,000 miles. So hopefully we'll be able to wear PET T-shirt as well at our marathon. So today I'm going to talk about green energy. It is a very popular issue at the moment. So what is ZwickRoell? ZwickRoell is 160 years old. It provides material. Our headquarters is based in Germany. It is the homeland of Einstein. So we produce materials. So BASF And Gordon has also talked about PET and other materials or foams. Now, all these materials must be tested about the fatigue or stretch, extension, or about collision tests. So this is what we do. We offer testing solutions. So we have a extensometer to softwares for these testing solutions. These are all produced in Germany. Now we are definitely in the rubber and plastics or medical or metal or paper industry. They're all testing machineries for these industries. So we actually have a deep understanding in the development of industries. So today I want to talk about green energy. So I'm going to talk about hydrogen because we offer testing solutions. We talk about the hydrogen transportation, storage, production, use, and transformation. And we will incorporate and other materials. So with the storage and use, there are some kind of functions and entities that we'll talk about the batteries, fuels, and the testing solution for these fuel cell batteries. And because of climate change, the temperature is rising. So we have been fighting global warming starting in 1990, and we have been participating. There are many conferences about global warming. I've been setting goals like the Tokyo Protocol in Japan, and the conferences in Paris and in Glasgow. So we want to keep temperature rise to 1.8 degrees. So it talks about carbon reduction and energy. And of course, due to the war between Ukraine and Russia, the energy crisis is also definitely a popular issue. So is there a green energy? Actually, hydrogen is a great energy carrier. So when hydrogen was used in the satellites of the USA, and now we have been using hydrogen as an energy from a long time ago, but it's now growing ever more popular. How can we storage hydrogen? How can we transform hydrogen into energy? It is a green process, which is why this clean process is growing ever so popular. But the storage, production and use, it is quite more expensive, and the standard should be really high. Now, hydrogen atom is the most abundant chemical substance in the universe. Now, it is a combination of two hydrogen atoms. Now, hydrogen, when it's in the liquid form, it is of a very high density. If a pressurized state, it is also of very high density. But when it's in the state of gas, the density is low. So how can we storage hydrogen? If we storage hydrogen in the gas form, you need a really big container. So what we're doing is that we usually use liquid form of hydrogen or pressurized hydrogen. So it is a very distinctive feature.
And hydrogen is combustible, and the safety test definitely is very important. And from the production to the storage of hydrogen, you can see a comprehensive hydrogen industry for hydrogen production. Mainly, it resides in the petrochemical industry, and it produces a lot of carbon emissions. in the process, so it's not that green, I have to say. We can also use solar power, energy, or hydraulic power for power generation. So when we use that kind of sources of energy to produce hydrogen, you actually can produce more power than you can store the extra power. So that brings me to this next step. It's hydrogen storage. You can store hydrogen in any kinds of containers. And then for hydrogen transportation, you need pipelines, you need pipes. So a lot of metals, plastics, composites will need to be used for the transportation process. And lastly, for the end users, for fuel cells, electric vehicles, or maybe you can see a hydrogen station in the future. So a lot of materials, a lot of metals, a lot of composites will be used in this process, including a lot of plastic and rubber materials. So we have to make sure all these materials are very safe. So testing is very important, and that's definitely our job at ZwickRoell. And this is a very big industry representing a huge amount of business opportunities. Currently, there are about 359 hydrogen projects going on in the world, mostly concentrated in Europe, in Germany, in France, in Italy. A lot of universities are also included in the project, and also in the US. In Asia, we see a lot of projects in Korea, Japan, and also China and Taiwan. And you see a very huge amount of investments going into this industry by 2020. By 2030, it will amount to $500 billion in this entire process: hydrogen production, hydrogen storage, and also hydrogen transportation, and also use. I'm from Singapore. It's a very small place, but our National University of Singapore has spent 25 million Singaporean dollars to the hydrogen projects because we see a lot of promises of hydrogen. Singapore is a very small island, and energy supply is very important. And we think that hydrogen will play a very vital role for energy use in the future. And definitely, I think more and more companies in Taiwan will also coming into this circle. So for transportation, for aerospace, and a lot of different industry sectors, you will see the use of hydrogen. Next, let me go to some features of hydrogen. Let's say under minus 250 degrees Celsius, hydrogen can be stored. If it's high temperature, if it's high pressure and low temperature, the density will be very good. So in different situations, the storage of hydrogen will be different. If it's at room temperature, then you have to increase your pressure up to 400 to 500. So it's still accommodable in a fuel cell electric cars. And for transportation of hydrogen, a lot of metal and also composites will be used in this process. For example, for EVs, if you want to store hydrogen, the weight will go up. For Toyota, Mira the second, it's using aerospace grade steel tubes, so it will be heavier. And of course, if you want to use these metal and also composite materials, there will be a lot of testing to be done. Just like I said, you need a very low temperature and also a certain amount of pressure to store hydrogen. So different kinds of tests have to be done, including tensile tests, fatigue tests, fracture and crack tests. And if you want, and you also have to go under a minus 250 degrees Celsius. So it's a super cryogenic environment, and it's also a challenge for a tester like us. We've been having a lot of different requests for tests since early this year. Let me give you an example. Let's say a metal test. You see this kind of hydrogen-induced cracks. So you have also been involved in metal tests before. You see there will be some limits for the metal to crack. Usually after that limit, it can still sustain for some time, but with hydrogen, it will crack right away. So if you want to use steel tubes or steel containers to store hydrogen, you have to go through this kind of test. Another one is a CT test. You would try the tensile test, and you have a standard that you have to live up to. And this is a very standard CT test. And this is a real sample that I show you on the slide. For pipes or for tubes, you can cut them into pieces and make them into circular shapes. So under very slow speed, you are simulating how hydrogen is interacting with these tubes. So according to, we are doing it according to the STMR9 approach. So you want to make sure that you have at least 2 out of 3 samples go through the test. Another one is a fatigue test. You are testing your samples. Usually, mechanical testing will include 4 specimens per test. And you're doing this kind of fatigue test. It takes some time. You are using a dummy sample into it, but not a real sample. So this is also from our clients. They are asking us to do this kind of test. Under the pressure, the density and weight of hydrogen will come to a very high level. So this next one, we are doing this test in high temperatures. This is a 400 bar test system. It can go up to 400 bar, and the temperature range comes from -70 to 100 degrees Celsius. So you can really test the samples. Like here, you put the sample here, and then you make it into 400 bar. You see how it works under this kind of situation, and this is requested from one of our German clients. And of course, some of our clients have asked us to go to the extreme, not just 400 bars, but 1,000 bars. So for 1,000 bar, you can literally elevate the storage efficiency to a very high level. And this is to simulate how hydrogen is doing in a tube. You actually crack open a hole in the middle of the hole of the pipe, and you maintain it like 200 bar of hydrogens, and then you do the tensile test. This is to simulate how hydrogen is actually traveling in the pipes, and the temperature can go up to 800 degrees Celsius, or it can go as low as to minus 196 degrees Celsius. So this is to simulate how hydrogen is transported in real life. So these testing is very important, and these are some of the testing results and also cases that I can share with you. And these cases, I'm not making them up. Well, we are having these requests from our clients from Europe and also from all over the world. And the next one, I'll give you, we're going to focus on fuel cell testing. This is a concept car of Audi. I think Toyota is the first who launched the first fuel cell vehicle in 2014, and Audi also followed suit and developing different types and different models of fuel cell vehicles. So you have a hydrogen storage tanks in the car. You also have a fuel cell in the car. So the hydrogen will go through the fuel cell, and there will be some chemistry happening, and you can have power generated in this process. The second generation of Mirage from Toyota, you can have up to 3 tanks of hydrogen. You can go at least from Taipei to Kaohsiung. So this kind of hydrogen-powered fuel cell, I think, let me just go through some different types of fuel cells that we usually see here, used for smartphones, for cars, for buses. And you see some different types of materials used here. And what we need from the materials is that they can be solid under different kinds of temperatures. They can be anti-corrosion, and they will be anti-leakage. That's very important. All right, let's go into the testing part. You see the electrolyzer. How do we electrolyze water? Just like we have learned back in the junior high, right? So this is a rather simple process. You see the exchanges of electrolytes so that you can have power, electricity out of this process. And the way that you have hydrogen power is very similar to this process. Just like I said, the hydrogen will go into the fuel cell, and you have proton exchange membrane, gas diffusion layer, and bipolar plates, gaskets in the fuel cell. And one of the very important one is the gas diffusion layer on the anode side of electrolysis. So you're using oxide and also hydrogen. You're using the two chemicals to have interaction. And you need water. However, you have to keep the water from going into the fuel cell. So you need this gas diffusion layer. That's very important. And it also has to make sure that the hydrogen, after it coming into the fuel cell, that it can pass through. So this gas diffusion layer, GDL, the thickness is about 100 millimeter. It's very thin. And what we want to do here is a compression test. Like you are doing a compression test literally on a paper, a piece of paper. Because the conductivity will be different, the thickness will be different, permeability will be different. So that's the purpose for us to do the test. We want to see if the thickness, if the conductivity, if the permeability will be changing during this compression test. Yeah, so this GDL samples, you can make it rectangular, circular, or hollow in the middle. And while you are doing this compression test, you want to make sure that you get your results on thickness, conductivity, and also permeability. Thickness, resistance, and also air pressure. Those are the things that you want to find out after the compression test. So we have a plated gold compression plate used here. You see that in the middle. Why is it that we want to use the plated gold? Because the conductivity is very good. And also using this machine, we can also test the changes in thickness. So this is a very good example of what we do for testing of fuel cells.
基本上今天的我的简报。
This is basically what I'm going to talk about today. This is our contribution to the industry. So the testing of the fuel cell is very diversified. So it can also be tested in liquids. And we can test its flexibility and or stretchiness or resistance. So from the production, storage, and the use, and all the testing solutions are the challenges that we are trying to meet. Okay, we talk a lot about the hydrogen as an energy. It is a very popular issue. There are no standardized solutions so far regarding to hydrogen. So every year we have this international testing solution conference. This year is the 30th Test Expo. We have asked a lot of colleagues or professionals, elites from the industry, and we'll welcome everyone who's interested. If you are in Germany or if you entered K-Fair this year, we will be there on the 18th. We have a hydrogen conference or speech there, and we have our clients there. We have some professional experts there. We'll be talking about the hydrogen energy. So if you're interested in this topic, you're welcome to join us on the 18th for the 30th Test Expo. So we will be able to make advancement within this industry and would have validated testing solutions for materials. Thank you. Thank you, our Vice President. Thank you, Manager Pan. If you are interested, you can contact our Manager Pan if you're interested in the storage of hydrogen and testing solutions. A lot of universities have been investing in the production, storage, and use of hydrogen. They are also offering testings within different stages and processes. Just like what Manager Pan talked about, the Toyota Emerald, the second generation, and they have also a testing on the sustainability of the fuel cell, and they can actually go on for 1,800 kilometers. So 1 kilogram of hydrogen will allow the vehicle to go for 1,700 kilometers. So there are a lot of solutions that are already in use in the industry for the hydrogen energy. Next is our panel discussion. Thank you again for the speeches provided by our 4 panelists. Now, our moderator, Xiao Gui, President of the Plastics Industry Development Center, please come onto the stage. Next, let's ask Gavin, Director of the Performance Material Division of BASF. Next, let's welcome Max Tsai, Assistant Vice President, Performance Composite EPP, LCY Chemical Corp. Next, let's ask Gordon Chang, Senior Vice President of FENC Polyester Business, to come onto the stage. Next, Pan Dongsheng from ZwickRoell, please come onto the stage. Okay, we're gonna wait for Gavin. Please scan the QR code on the screen if you have any questions. We have a lot of people here this afternoon. Later, we will be collecting our questions and give it to our moderator so that our panelists will be able to answer them for you. To give you a better understanding of the details of sustainable energy and material, we have an ESG area on the first floor. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to go over to the area, and we will have people there to answer your questions for you. Also have a podcast live, also hosted by Xiao Gui, President of the Plastics Industry Development Center. This is the first Taipei Plus after 4 years. It is a very valuable experience. So let's hand the microphone to Xiao Gui. Distinguished guests, it's an honor to have you all here, either online or on site. Thank you for participating at the Sustainability Forum for Taipei Plus. Especially a special thank for the audiences here with us this afternoon. You've been here for the entire afternoon, and all the speeches gave us a lot of insight into the industry and the potential development. Let me give you an introduction of the Gavin. Next is Max Tsai, Assistant Vice President of Performance Composite EPP LCY Chemical Corp. You can all see their resume on the screen. Okay, I'm going to go into details. Next is Chang, Senior Vice President of FENC Polyester Business. Gordon talked about the first bottle-to-bottle product that has passed the European certification. We have participated in the project as well, okay? So FENC definitely devoted a lot of time and energy into the recycling business of polyester. Next, ZwickRoell's branch manager, Dongsheng. Welcome. Manager Pan is here from Singapore. He was in isolation for a few days, and now he came directly to the site afterwards. Now, ZwickRoell is 170 years old, providing services on testing solutions. It is the leading company in the area. They have also worked with the companies in Taiwan to establish a laboratory, and they have established a Asian area testing solution laboratory. Because of the partnership with ZwickRoell, I am quite curious as to what kind of the company ZwickRoell is. It is established around the Qing dynasty in the Chinese history, but they are very devoted to net zero emission and circular economy, and we can learn a lot from this company. So it's an honor to have Manager Pan here with us. Also, our professionals from BASF and LCY and FENC. They are all leading companies within the area. So we've all been talking about circular economy for a while now. We've been very focused on sustainable economy and sustainability of the environment. So to talk about sustainable development is proposed by the WCE of the UN in 1981. So we talk about sustainable development. They have a definition on the term. So on their report, they define sustainable development as something that satisfies the need of the modern generation and does not put the need of the next generation in risk, which means that we can not only focus on satisfying our own need, we must also be careful of taking care of the need of the next generation. We must not deplete the resources. There are three factors. One is that sustainable development must also take care of the environment, the economy, and the society. So it's the ESG. E is for environment, S is for society, and G is corporate governance. So in the past, corporate governance is all about making profit. But in the future, when we are developing a business, it is most likely it's going to pursue more than these economic revenue. It is also about protecting the environment. So we have 17 SDGs. Under that, it has 169 detailed categories. They have a regulation, they have goals already set, they have indexes that we can follow. So we have these ISO standards that are to be complied with these ESG's spirit. So this is the background of sustainable development. So I would like to ask the panelists first about the circular economy, about the recycling of materials and products. So when we talk about recycling, because I've been in this industry for 35 years now, so before I went into the plastic industry, we've talked about ocean plastic recycling and fishing net recycling, and we have been recycling nylons and other materials. But in the past, if you use nylon, if you use these plastic materials, they'll say that it is not a high quality product. So in the past, we would not announce that we are using plastics or nylons, these polyester materials on these products. But now we are proud to say that we use these recycled materials. But because the use of these materials must be validated by a third-party company to ensure it can be done correctly. So now the third-party validation is very important to ensure the quality of the material and the price and the competitiveness of these material. And they will calculate on the carbon reduction of the materials used. So it is not it is not an easy way out. It is not a cheap way out. It is definitely a proper solution to the environmental challenges that we face nowadays. And we have to talk about how can we produce products with materials that can be easily recycled. So it definitely is going to be a revolutionary attempt starting from the designing stage. So every company have used different kind of materials, and they definitely would have a different circular economy procedure and their potential development. So I would like to ask the four speakers. A lot of the people, either on site or online, has been asking questions now. So I would like to ask our panelists, as we all know that plastics or polyesters can be used in many industries and disciplines so that we will have a more sustainable development. It is actually a key factor now because almost all products will be incorporating plastics in a certain ratio. So as a material or seed stock supplier, when we talk about sustainability, what are the challenges that we will be facing? What are the opportunities as well? Because as we all know, from these challenges comes opportunity. If you look hard enough, you'll be able to see opportunity, but of course, they will be under a lot of pressure. So about the resource of the material, can we ensure product material safety or quality and maintain the competitiveness of the final products? So all these are the challenges that we must meet or face in the future as a seed stock supplier. So what can we do at this moment? Let's start with Gavin from BASF.
Thank you so much for your question. Yeah, this is a very interesting question and also very big question, I have to say. I think what I want to answer this question is talking about it from the perspective of costs. How do we control and manage the costs, especially when you haven't reached a certain scale? How do you develop a specific business model that you can balance your costs while pursuing your goal of sustainability? I don't think it's wise for you to just put yourself into it without thinking the costs or other very important issues. So I think that you really have to look at this issue. You have to be able to look at the big picture, that you have to make plans so that you can also take into consideration of your costs before that you come into some bottlenecks, that you get stuck and couldn't go anywhere from there. I really like what Gavin just said, that you have to firstly make your economy works, that you have to make sure that you have steady source of sustainable materials, so that you can use those materials to make products for your clients. And you also have to make sure that you are competitive by producing these products, that the price is also competitive. So even though everybody's talking about ESG and also sustainability, you also have to take your costs and also the operation of your company into consideration. You also have to make sure that you're running your business in a very efficient way, so that you can also talk about how to pursue sustainability. Next, what about you, Max?邀请讲者用麦克风。Thank you for the question. I think we still have to look at sustainability from our mindsets. We have to change our mindsets. We should not stick with this kind of linear thinking anymore. We have to have a change of mind. Just like Gavin just mentioned, that we also have to pay attention to the costs. And just like what I said in my talk, we got 4 very important stakeholders. In this cycle, you have the brand owner who's advocating the importance of recycling and also sustainability, and then you have the collector and also recycler, all these different partners in a value chain to work together so that you can make it work, or it's not going anywhere. I'm being very honest with you. Yeah, that's what I think about how can we really keep this circular economy going. I think it really takes everybody. We all have to jump in and work together to make it work. So from the consumer end to the production end, we have to have people there who want to do this. So for physical recycling and also chemical recycling, there are many different approaches, and also on your side, you also have to think about, are you able to recycle and categorize and also process these materials? Next, over to Gordon from FENC. Yeah, our moderator just mentioned that you also have to do some client education so that they can work with you to embark on the road of sustainability. And a lot of my clients have been asking us to do this, to do more on that regard. So to correspond to the requests of our clients, BNC is also trying to expand our networks in the world. However, at the end of the day, you still have to make sure that your production capacity is enough. You still have to have your attention on your manufacturing process, because your client will also want to see whether you are also able to cut carbon emissions in your manufacturing process. I still remember one slide from Golden's talk. That's the comparison between a PCR and also virgin resins. The carbon emissions for PCR, it's only 1 kilo. For the virgin resin, it's almost 3 kilos, right? So it's a huge difference. And on my part, as a member of the Plastics Industry Development Center, we are also doing a lot of validation for carbon emissions. We are having a lot of data over the years that we have collected. And either it's through mechanical or physical recycling. But let's put that aside. As long as you keep recycling your materials, you can, on average, cut your carbon emissions by 20 to 30% if you keep doing it. And that also corresponds to what Gordon just said in his talk. So if you want to cut carbon emissions, you wanted to, how do we calculate a carbon footprint of a product from manufacturing, from the raw materials, from transportation, from the waste, and also for the consumer markets? You will have to add up the carbon emissions of all these 5 stages for a product. And to prepare myself for the forum, I've also done my homework. Until September this year, in Taiwan, the Environmental Protection Administration in Taiwan, Taiwanese companies, they have received 1,143 applications for carbon emissions review from Taiwanese companies. And most carbon emissions are from the raw material stage. It's almost 700 companies saying that they have most carbon emissions produced in the raw material stage out of 1,143 applications. Yeah, so we really have to do it very early on in this manufacturing process. What comes the second one is the production stage. It accounts for 24%, not compared to the raw material stage. So these are also some of the data that you can think about. And next, I would like to go to Pan from ZwickRoell. Thank you so much for your question. We are a testing company, so we probably have some different perspectives. Just like you said, our company has a very long history, over 170 years. We just want to make sure that we provide the best testing results for our clients. Along the way, we have been taking up the challenges from our clients and try to optimize our services. So I think what really is the key here is that you have to know your materials, that you have to test the materials so that you know what's in materials. Like Adidas, they want to know what are the ingredients in the sponge in their shoes. So what we want to do is to meet up the needs of our clients. We have to make sure that the test results are correct. One thing is that you have different people running the tests, but you want to make sure, even though you have different people running the test, you still have relatively the same results, the same reliable results. Definitely, that's a challenge for us. To do that, we have to make sure that our testing equipment is precise as possible. You also have to calibrate your equipment, testing equipment from time to time. And I do believe the challenges from our clients will be the motivation for us to keep upgrading and keep improving what we do. Yeah, yes, thank you so much to Pan. Yeah, of course, your products have to be able to stand the test. For example, from ZwickRoell, to prove that your products are safe and also good enough. And also Pan has talked a lot about hydrogen, and hydrogen has also been included in the renewable roadmap launched by the Taiwan government. And just like you said, Pan, that we see the National University of Singapore is involved in this project of hydrogen development. We also have different government sectors and also universities and different companies trying to work together to develop hydrogen here in Taiwan. Yeah, I have collected quite a few questions so far from our audience here. Let me just have a look. Let me see what questions that we have for the speakers. I'm sorry, it seems like we are having some technical problems here. I cannot see the questions on the panel here very clearly. Can somebody help me? Okay. Okay, let's start with a simple question. For Gavin, you just mentioned that a lot of the plastics can be used to replace steels. All these plastics can be recycled? Yes. Yeah, just like some of the case studies that I just shared with you. Like for PU products, it cannot. It's not like thermoplastic products that you can recycle it through thermoplastic process. But for PU, we have other approaches. So most of the, I think 100% of the materials can be recycled. Also for Gavin, how do you make sure that that all the materials and recycled materials and also raw materials live up to the standards? I think it's different. It depends on what kinds of products that you are making. Of course, we have some tests to be run. It's on our manual. We have some rules that you have to follow. And also for some recycled materials, the challenge will be that it comes in with many, many different colors, and your client might want it in yet another different color. So it's a challenge for us. And of course, you can do some reliable testing. And also for the colors, it's a bottleneck for us right now, and we're still figuring out how to deal with that. Maybe we can try to separate the colors with some thermal procedures. Yeah, because for recycled materials, you cannot decide what colors that you want, right?
It
is definitely a challenge, not just in plastic bottles, also in textiles. They are thinking about how to separate color from the textile or the bottle itself. Now we're going to like to ask Mr. Gordon Chang. Our audiences like to know, when we talk about bottle-to-bottle recycling, there's a quality control process. So how did you perform the quality control for this bottle-to-bottle recycling at FENC? First of all, we have a professional team designed we have to first compress these bottles into a bottle brick. It's of course, the key is the quality of the fracker. So after we get the bricks, we'll clean these bricks, and then we'll test the quality of these bricks. So we have a very strict standard when it comes to these bricks. So for over 30 years, we're devoted into the quality testing of these bottle bricks, because low quality bricks will actually result in low quality recycled material. So these recycled material is actually far more valuable than the virgin material. So we have an SOP process starting. It's originated from Taiwan, but now it's actually used overseas. I have another question. Mr. Zhuang talked about recycling material, and he said that some of the bottles are of different colors, right? So we recycle these bottles of different colors. So what if the flags that you use are of different color? How can you separate these colors from the material? So when we're collecting these bottles, we have a sorter to sort these bottles in colors and category. So when we actually clean this, we would use a sorter. So we will have different sorters during different stages and phases, so that these bricks will be made from bottles or materials of the same color or texture. So the materials are bottles. Yes, FENC start with bottles, the recycling of bottles. So it's actually, you control it from the resource. Yes, which is why we have this quality control from the very beginning. Of course, if you start with bottle, this is definitely the original. It's the virgin material, right? So it's actually definitely simpler if you actually control the quality from the very beginning. So you would not have caused problem when it comes to the middle or the end. So if you do it like within the first link from the beginning of the resources, the collecting process, you'll be able to have a better quality control later. So if all our panelists have some ideas, when you hear the answers of our other panelists, you're free to offer your opinion. So we've talked about the carbon tariff proposed by the EU. How does it impact the industry? According to my understanding of the situation, the EU has also already proposed that starting from 2030, the products imported to the EU must pay carbon tariff. It's called CBAM. Plastic was not included originally, but this year in June, these biomass material or plastic are added into the tariff category. So in 2030, we are facing carbon tariff, CBAM, when we are trying to import these products into EU. As for the USA will start to follow the regulations of EU and actually tax carbon tariff starting from 2040. It's about like 20% of the total products. So carbon tariff is definitely a problem that we must resolve later. So in London, they have less carbon bargain, carbon trade. So what is the average price on the market? Is about like $80, 80 euro per ton. So your product, if is like, you must pay $80 of carbon tariff for your product per ton if you want to import your product into the EU. In the future, if the US also follows up on the carbon tariff, they will also include these plastics or organic products. They will all be included in this carbon tariff. It will affect all of the industries. In response, what can we do? Some people say that, what will the government do? Well, the Environmental Protection Administration is also on edge because they're not talking about carbon tariff. Is not about making you pay money. It is about environmental protection. So if the product has already paid taxes and the manufacturing location, they will the carbon tariff they have to pay when they're imported overseas can be deducted. Well, it is not called carbon tax in Taiwan, it's called carbon fee. So if the carbon fee is really high, it would definitely be very problematic for the companies. But if it's too low, it will have no effect as to promoting environmental protection, which is why carbon trade is ever more popular over the years. I don't know if the panelists today, you have any more to add to this finding. For LCY, we have a team responsible for carbon fee or carbon tariff or CBAM. Because like I'm not a professional in the team, so I don't know much about it. But if there's another conference concerning carbon tariff or CBAM, maybe we can invite the team from LCY to talk about it in more detail. I do believe the material suppliers are all thinking about it. It's just that we have different goals and different timelines to actually solve this problem. So do you have any more to add to what we've been discussing today? The CBAM from EU is starting from 2030, but it's 2023. But it is really going to be implemented in 2027. It is actually how the local government reacts to a carbon tariff or a carbon fee. Not the companies, but the local government. It's not like if the government has a lot of requirements, the FENC will be happy about what's going to happen. But it's really about what the government is going to react, not how the company is going to react. It's because if you have a high carbon fee, like locally, it means that the government will receive more money. You have all this money or capital preserved within the country. But if you import it, if you have a very low carbon fee, and then you have to pay a higher carbon tariff when you actually export these products into overseas countries. So it's really about the monetary flow in a sense as well. And what can the public departments in Taiwan, what can the government in Taiwan do for the carbon reduction and recycling and the third-party validation? Of course, we have a lot of associations that's going to be responsible. Will be able to provide services to validate the quality or the carbon reduction process. We're doing a lot more and valuable services. It is not just about the plastic industry, and we are in line with the ISO standards. So in the future, as these are carbon footprint detection or validation process become ever more prevalent, maybe the companies will have their own team to validate the carbon footprint of their own products. As for the government agencies, we have been actually establishing a lot of measures and policies, and we have different government agencies responsible for different industries talking about carbon reduction or circular economy and carbon footprint verification. And we have PX Smart. It's actually trying to establish low carbon shop fronts so that they can preserve like food in different temperatures as to reduce carbon footprint, and what is the flow and the air conditioning, the temperature adjustments of all these products. Of course, as for the verification process, definitely need a validation or certification from a third-party company or organization. Okay, we don't have a lot of time left. Okay, I'm going to ask another question for Gordon Chang. You talk about a bottle-to-bottle IV, the relationship between IV and MI. I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly. Is that when you're talking about quality control, you have to test IV, right? Yes. Yes, of course. We have to test IV. Of course, the client can order some other testing as well. I know our audiences has more questions, but due to time restraint, we must cut this session short. Here, let's give a short conclusion as to what the panelists have shared with us. We can all understand that when it comes to the recycling of rubber and plastics, it's definitely not that problematic, but it may be the problem may rise from price or the appearance of the final product. If it's if it's not like of extremely high quality, it may not be as acceptable. So it really comes down to how people view sustainable development. If we are willing to devote our time and energy into it, of course, we'll be able to make more advances. We must also value plastic material. It made our lives better. When we talk about ocean plastic, if we do not throw plastics around, if we can recycle these plastics, there will be no ocean plastics that can pollute the ocean environment.
So we don't want to blame plastics for everything. We really have to change our mindset. We will make sure that the recycling mechanism is more comprehensive, whether it's physical recycling or chemical recycling. We'll do whatever we could in the industry. And what's next is up to you guys, the general public. We really have to take into our hearts the importance of sustainable development and also net zero. Without you, without your participation, only by all of us here in the industry, it's not enough. We cannot do it alone. So we really have to work together to achieve this goal. So can I have each one of you, each of our panel speaker, to give us a 1-minute conclusion before we end the panel? I really agree what you just said, Mr. Xiao. It really takes collective efforts for us to pursue sustainable development for the future. We have to think about how do we do it better for our next generation, for our children. And also I agree with you that it really takes a change of mindset. We have to think about the consequences of some behaviors. We have to work together to usher in a brighter future. I only have one sentence that I would like to share with you. I was watching the new Batman movie. Last weekend. He says, your choice has consequences. So whatever you do, whatever choices that you make, will come with consequences. So for us to achieve net zero and also sustainable development, we really have to think in a more thoughtful and smarter way of the things that we want to do. Next to Gordon, net zero carbon emissions. It doesn't mean that we do not create any more emissions, but it means that how can we manage and how can we recycle and turn the emissions into something clean and into something that's good to our environment. So it really takes a lot of collective thinking and also efforts to come up with some better solutions. We're all in this together. We are on the same boat, so we really have to work together. And Gavin, I think we can start from our daily life. Like we want to buy bottled beverages. You can see some low carbon or PET or plastic, some certificates on them. You can start from what you buy every single day. And we have had a lot of discussion about carbon taxes. I believe it's just one of the measures for us to make sure that we can walk on the right path into a future, into a sustainable future. I believe that we are on that road already. So we have to do more, and it depends on all of you here. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our 4 speakers joining us today. And I would also like to thank all of you here who are with us in the room and who join us online. Thank you so much. So back to our MC. Thank you once again to our moderator and also 4 panel speakers. And thank you to our organizer, Bureau of Foreign Trade. If you want to know more about the carbon emission regulations, feel free to have a look at the Bureau of Foreign Trade's website. We also like to thank Taitra for making today's forum possible. And Taitra has also launched the carbon footprint verification reviews and also events. So feel free to explore the related projects. Thank you once again to our moderators and also speakers, and thank you very much to our audience here on site and also online. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to lead them and let us know. We value your comments very much. Thank you once again.